It's David Crouch. You got to take him right up to the altar before you can get anything done. He was wanting a guy out on bond this morning, lowering the bond. I said, well, the officers tell me he's dangerous. I said, you probably need to file a motion. He said, oh, I thought we could handle it today. And I said, David, I'm going to be just like you. You're just going to have to push me hard before I get anything done. Basically, paraphrase.
JC,
Yeah.
You're not, okay.
Yeah, she appreciates it. He's in a place.
Tell her I.
Oh,
By the way, let her college. But I've never gotten a copy of the order.
okay, I'll check and make sure that we send it out, but you're all on there. It's not, we received the news yesterday. It's still on there. Just for judges to type.
You know, if you don't, I need some proof around. I'm telling you, these things.
I think you called him.
I will be.
Some of us
Call
are-
you, he calls you for lunch.
I'll get that.
More often.
I'll get that to you. But, yeah,
Appreciate
we're on the list for certain. I'll see if there is any. Nobody's taking it. And they see
Well,
that.
don't let them know about that. So, they won't.
But that's part of it. When they see that pro se on there, they don't.
I hope we were. Not retired, but unable to proceed.
That might be a good thing.
For that.
Hi, Julius. Is this all the ones from our counties? It's all those QuickBooks?
Yeah, and then there's two of them, I can't even remember the second. They have.
Cumberland has state.
Yeah.
Where did that be?
Lagos.
Oh, is it?
What's that?
Oh, maybe.
All rise, circuit court, Honorable Judge David Williams presiding.
Bow your head for a moment, silent, please. Thank you, everybody. Have a seat. Mr. Stockton, could you come out here just for a second?
Yes.
Let's see if I can get her back on here. You got a Barron County. Ms. Costello, y'all want to come up here just for a second, Mr. Stockton? We have a situation that's arisen here. Brandon Cadbury. You know who that is? He's a criminal defendant. He is up for revocation. He is in the jail. He was in jail in Adair County and he's gotten real sick. And they take him over to the hospital up there. And the jailer told me he's going to get him on the doctor. So just had like yesterday or so, so we could make a mistake. Yeah. So now they've got an officer up there in the hospital with him. I think he needs to be moved somewhere. Evidently, he's got some kind of. That's not working. So in any event, I'm afraid he's got some kind of good deal. I'm taking that stays there. We really don't have personnel to go with us. Lexington. So I've got a number that we can zoom in. Is there any way you can look at person papers and see what she wants to talk about? What is revocation? What is this revocation? You know, like,
No, that's, I was saying, I didn't. Not the motion.
Oh, okay.
January 22nd.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait to hear it.
I was talking about Brandon Gadberry. I mean, he seems to be in bad shape up there. You know, he's not on the docket, but if we revoke him, it's a state prisoner, maybe we can get him in somewhere where he needs to go, like the hospital at the LaGrange. Oh, it's hard to get anybody in up there.
I know him personally.
It's gone.
I brought his violation report to, if they needed me to say anything about it. But like, I don't have a personal reputation of the violation report.
I mean, it's a pretty open shut situation where it's absconding. Let me call the jailer and tell him that,
Whoever's with him has a cell phone, they'll have to talk to him about beforehand.
he went right there.
Tommy's email address and his phone.
I think I've got Tommy's phone right
Okay, I don't know. Let me grab my bill.
there. Let me. Tommy, this is Judge Williams. Are you there at the hospital? Is he able to talk? Yeah, he's just sick. Oh, crap. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna give you your cell phone number to the public advocate. She's gonna call up there and talk to him. Maybe we can get him on the docket, send you an invitation. That's okay? Okay, thank you. It's Tommy Young, 270-459-2785. He's a deputy jailer. He's there with Mr. Gadberry, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Have you got a Barron County officer here?
Yeah, on that. No, that's it.
Who's the lawyer? That's what,
Thomas Brown. He gets the lawyer.
we'll call him up here. I don't know everything about it. What is,
He was in a single car accident.
Mr. Garrett?
He's a client with a former drug court judge here. I did find him for a while. Then he was in a single car accident, probably that can be I understand is it's go back into the drug court or do some type of rehab.
I hate these DUI things. I would go back on to it. What's the deal with it, Mr. Garrett?
Sure, we don't have the DUI this work out yet. We had talked about 30
Well, I'm
minutes.
sure you probably didn't want to work it out until you got this over with. I'm not much of a sanction guy with how much times you got?
I don't think he's been in any since because he hurt, he injured himself. He had to have hand surgery and things like that, so he left him out. So,
Who is?
Thomas Brown.
Let's just call his case up when it comes.
Okay, only thing I would like to do is we're gonna have a hearing, I'd like to have the officer. for him.
Okay.
But he worked night shift last night.
Just before we call him, can I go tell Thomas what we said? Because we were under the impression we might be able to do a 30-day sanction,
I don't see that on the
but can
DUI.
I tell him that? And
Sure,
we're gonna
tell
take a
us.
decision on that.
I apologize for us not going through the docket right now. We've got, we have a sick prisoner that something needs to be done for. And it's not easy being in jail anytime, but when you're really sick, it's a bad thing. So we're trying to accommodate that. I guess, do we have any jails that are on Boyle County? Boyle County? Bullitt County? Casey County? Okay. The case of Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Savannah Branham. was a pretrial conference and will have to be rescheduled because Casey County does not have internet connection today. Taylor County, LaRue County, like a geography lesson here today. LaRue County is not on. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and head back through. Mr. Stockton, is that Thomas Robert Brown? Is it? It's okay. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Thomas Robert Brown, 18 CR 0070. Thomas Brown, Thomas Robert Brown.
He just went to the bathroom.
He didn't hear. He didn't hear him. Go out, go back there.
Here's a motion. On Mr. Danbury.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Thomas Robert Brown, 18 CR 0070. Are you Thomas Robert Brown? Okay, and just real quick, just put your mask down and put it back up. Okay, you can put it back up there. Now, you're here today on a motion to revoke probation. Mr. Stockton, would you recite what you have?
Your Honor, Mr. Brown.
I'm not, I guess I'm not, y'all need to step to the right here and then you need to get behind the microphone.
Brown had 5 years sentence on bail for not taking new misdemeanor arrest and burning for the aggravated circumstances. I've got officers come on.
Okay, officer, you raise your right hand. You swear the testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. I do. Take a seat there, please. State your name, with whom you're employed, and what capacity.
My name is Jeffrey Crumball, work for the Barron County Sheriff's Office.
A deputy, on October the 4th, did you have upon Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the court what happened?
Yes, sir. I responded to a single motor vehicle collision on Willowville Road, there in Barron County. On arrival, I made contact with Mr. Brown. Observed the vehicle sitting upside down in the field. Mr. Brown was standing outside of the vehicle. No other occupants were observed in the area. Operator Thomas Brown told Deputy Vance, another deputy that was on scene, that he fell asleep while traveling down Oilville Road. While speaking with him, I detected the odor of alcoholic beverage on his breath and detected that his speech was slurred. I asked him what happened. He claimed that someone else was driving the vehicle, but he did not know their name. A bystander at the scene stated that he did not see anyone else around the wrecked vehicle. Mr. Brown was injured during the collision, was transported to TJ Sampson Emergency Room for treatment. Written him polite consent and requested he consent to test of his blood, refused this test. Admitted to TJ Sampson for further treatment. Due to the injury, he was not arrested and was cited and released.
Now, you said that you could smell other alcohol.
Yes, sir.
And as far as the,
Yes, sir.
did you ever make any other observations or perform any field sobriety tests?
Because of his injury, he did not.
Okay. And when you got to the hospital, that you ready to comply consent,
Yes, sir.
and you refused, you had to come to law, or anything, or you just flat.
Flat out refused.
And based on your observation, you looked at the
Yes, sir. I do.
You want to inquire?
Yes. Could you tell us whether or not?
You need to leave your mask up.
Could you tell us whether or not Mr. Brown had any injuries?
Yes, sir, he did.
And can you describe those to the court?
He had a very severe laceration or cut I believe one of his fingers or a couple of his fingers. Initially, he didn't want to go in the ambulance, but we finally talked him into the ambulance. And I think once we got there, they found out he had a broken neck.
Did you see any evidence of his head hitting the windshield or anything?
I can't recall this time.
Did he complain of any type of head injury when you were talking to him?
Not that I can recall.
Nothing further.
Did you have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
You want to make this officer can be excused for both parties. Thank you, officer. And you're released excused. Thank you for being here. Yeah, go ahead.
Your Honor, I would submit on behalf of the Commonwealth that the example evidence of Mr. Brown's probation. When the officer consumed alcohol, he was more than likely the driver of the vehicle. He also had slurred speech, indicated impairment. And I think when you're on probation, you're under a little higher legal, I know you don't have to consent to like this, but it's almost prima facie evidence that you were impaired. And being on probation is a privilege. It's supposed to cooperate.
Can Mr. Brown give a statement?
If you'd like to. We'll call him as a witness.
Yes.
Raise your right hand. You swear the testimony about to give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Go ahead.
Mr. Brown, did you receive any sort of head injuries as a result of this accident? Did you have any damage to your neck? When you were asked by the officer some questions, is it true that you were slurring your speech? Do you feel like that could be attributed to the brain injury you received?
Does he have a medical degree?
Did your doctor say exactly what the subdural hematoma was? How long?
It's objection to hearsay.
How long were you in the hospital? And if the court were willing to let you go back to drug court, would you be willing to do that? And you spoke to Candy Reed in Barron County about being accepted in drug court. And would she take you back in the drug court? That's all.
Okay. You want to make a statement?
Judge, I would just ask the court to consider letting him go back into drug court. I do understand the court's concerns, but I believe that drug court would be a readily available alternative and a reasonable alternative to revoking his probation.
Mr. Stockton. Okay, I'm a little quandary what to do here. One of the two things that bother me more than anything else is to have someone out on probation or pre-trial diversion and then get behind a car, wheel of a car, and get out. You could have run over a school bus, done a lot of things. I just don't like that at all. No, you've already had your chance to say something. You've already had your chance to go to drug court, you know, and I know you're injured. I'm going to put you the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hold an abeyance whether I'm going to revoke you or not, and I'm going to put a sanction on you until I decide whether I'm going to revoke. I'm going to put a 60-day sanction on you. I want an ankle bracelet at your expense. I don't want you to leave your house except to go to the doctor or church. Okay, and I guess probation and parole will be in charge of supervision then, is that correct? I put a sanction on him?
Yes, Your Honor, I can put that on.
Okay, put an ankle monitor on it. At the end of that 60 days, I want to have an evaluation done on him as far as what his medical condition is. I'm not sure about your neck brace. I have seen neck braces that were still required and some that conveniently came on and off. I had a guy was friend of mine is deceased now over in Clinton County. Mr. Stockton know who he was. There was a place down at the line down there called what was that place? Well, you would know what it was. The lower place. And he kept a neck brace up on the wall there. And every time he came in there to get a fight, he put that neck brace on. So I don't know whether your neck brace you still need it or not, but I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt because jail is no place to be when you're like that. So when can he come and sign up for that?
Tomorrow morning,
And where can he do that at?
at the Columbia office.
You go to the Columbia office in the morning at 9 a.m. Sign up for the ankle bracelet. I'm going to schedule you to be back down here for a review. I don't have what's the February court date? Megan, will you bring me a list of the court dates out, please? 24th of February. Are these, pardon?
The list is out there, type it on.
Okay, I see it now. It just didn't say which year it was. 24th of February. Now, between now and then, you need to live at the foot of the cross. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. Be on your way. You want to do an order on that? Yeah. Do what? They'll prepare it. That's what they prepare it. Okay. Now, since we're a little bit out of order here, let me, Mr. Cross, what did you have one case you need to have before you left?
Forest, Your Honor.
Commonwealth versus Jacob Voorhees, 20 CR 0005. We're here today for sentencing. You have that. Sir, what's your last 4 digits of your social security number? Your year of birth? You're here for sentencing today. Do you understand that? Have you seen the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole? Is it substantially correct? Is there any reason why this gentleman should not be sentenced? Upon a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated in 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. The defendant agrees to be assessed for social services and will follow recommendations. What are the court costs? $155 court costs. You need some time to pay that. You pay your first payment 30 days from today, and 30 days every day. Every 30 days, the $30 until you pay it. Okay. And you need to be the probation parole officer over here. Okay. Okay. I don't see any other jails on here. How about any out of town lawyers that have like one case? Mr. Speaker, what do you have? Michaela what? Beatty. Commonwealth versus Michaela Beatty, 21 CR 00128, and Commonwealth Kentucky versus Tyler Beatty, 21 CR 00127. You are Michaela Beatty and you're Tyler Beatty. Is that correct? Here today for the purpose of arraignment, it appears. Wait a second. Let me just, Mr. Beatty, the grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with criminal abuse or complicity to commit criminal abuse the first degree and assault first degree or complicity to commit assault the first degree. Mr. Richard, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes.
Okay, now the next case is Michaela Beatty. Ms. Beatty, the grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with criminal abuse, first degree, or complicity to criminal abuse, and assault first degree or complicity assault abuse. Mr. Rich, you acknowledge receipt of the indictment, and then you might wait for more eager arraignment here, plea or not guilty, preserving all pretrial motions. What do you have on this?
We have a negotiation done on
January the 14th for negotiations. And January the 27th for the next court period. 27. 27th. January the 27th for a motion day, and January 14th for plea negotiations. And both of those days are conditioned of each one of your bonds. You understand you need to be there both days. Okay, thank you very much. No objection, continue on the same bond. Okay.
versus David Caps.
Okay. Wait just a second. Cromwell versus David Eugene Caps, 21 CR 00092. Are you David Eugene Caps?
Yes, Your Honor.
What do we have here, Mr. Stockton?
We'll need to get a trial, Your Honor. I need to get my phone.
Mr. Stockton, was there an injury in this case? It's going to take 1 or 2 days. 7th of June.
That's fine. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, now what about the conditions of his bond?
No problem.
Have a pretrial on April of 28th. Okay. Casey County. Okay, let's go to Casey County.
Your Honor, hang on just a minute. We've been having major difficult internet problems. I'm fixing to go get the girl right now.
Okay.
So if you have one more case or something, I'll let you know when you come back.
Okay. Taylor County. Taylor County.
Yes, sir. We have Aaliyah Hurt.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you. Commonwealth versus Aaliyah Hurt, 21 CR 00124. Just, she can't see you there in this courtroom. It doesn't pick up. but if you got an iPhone with you,
She'll be able to see it.
can she see him okay? Okay. We're here for a pretrial conference, Mr. Stockton.
I don't have anything to report. Mr. Bell had a medical issue last pretrial negotiation day. I guess we need another day, Your Honor.
Okay, negotiations on January 14th and January the 27th is the next court date. Is that all right with you, Mr. Bell?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you hear that, Ms. Hurt?
I did.
Okay. Taylor County, thank you for your cooperation. You're
All right, thank you,
excused.
sir. Have a good day.
You too. Is that you on there, Mr. Young? Mr. Young, is that you on the iPhone there?
It is, sir.
Would you just kind of turn your camera off till we're gonna get to you just as soon as we can, okay?
Okay.
Don't disconnect, just turn your camera off.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you want to do that suppression hearing on that?
Mr. Stockton, will you come out here, please? Okay, what's this? I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. He has,
You can speak up. I can't hear you.
okay. When I spoke to Mr. Gadberry, he had already been given pain medicine this morning, morphine and Valium. He understands about half of what's going on. He could help a little, but there was some very, I guess loopy is the best word. So I was a little concerned. He certainly can't enter any type of stipulation, but you know, I have enough. I think I can partially do the hearing, but I don't feel comfortable taking any type of stipulation.
I'd suggest doing it here. Those things that might follow motion to reconsider. Yeah, maybe it's the same.
I think I can get medical proof at some, you know, for some other issues, but I of course don't have it today.
I could send him back over to the Dare County Jail and let him come off the pain medication.
The stomach stuff. He's,
That's
I don't know. He just said stomach stuff. That's all I could follow. He said they'd given him stomach medicine, the morphine and the Valium.
She is, but the problem I got is I'll have to have a Cumberland County jailer up there in the hospital till who knows when. The last time we let him out on this same deal, he understands what the program is. And he's damn near killed himself before the last time we got out this time. So, I mean, he's sharp enough to know that if he says he's loopy, I know he can understand what you were saying.
No, he was about halfway there. Just, I wanted to advise the court what he told me medicine that he had taken. I don't think he can stipulate. I think we could probably have a hearing, but there are some
Probably
concerns.
having a hearing doesn't do me too good. That's good. Could he understand what you were saying to him?
Yes, he could.
They have seen there when he get on.
Yeah, they're on Zoom.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and have the hearing, and if it appears that I'm gonna ask him a few questions.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Young, you turn your camera back on. You got a file on this guy here. Okay, can you turn the camera toward Mr. Gadberry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Gadberry, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand what's going on? You're in the hospital and you got some kind of stomach problem?
Yeah, I've got a stomach problem. I've been having some kind of issues from being real dizzy, throwing up.
Okay, well, I don't want to, you're being broadcast. I don't want to interfere with your HIPAA privacy rights. But you are sick. Mr. Stockton has filed a motion to revoke your probation, and we're going to call a witness here. You want to call your first witness, Mr. Stockton? I'll be with Casey County next. Mr. Cooper, you turn your camera on.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm having some technical difficulties. I just hopped onto the call. Can you hear me?
Well, we might as well blame it on Bluegrass Cellular. Everything else is going on here. We can't get your picture. You can't get your picture on.
Give me just 1 minute. I'll get it up for you.
Okay. There you are. Mr. Cooper, you raise your right. You're going to turn your microphone on there. You raise your right hand. Swear a testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, look straight ahead into this camera here. There you go. Mr. Stockton, you want to inquire?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Cooper, have you been supervising Mr. Brandon Gadberry or attempting to?
Yes, sir, I have.
And how long has that been going on?
We took on his case in May 23rd, 2019.
Okay.
He transferred to me a short while after.
Is it fair to say that there's been multiple attempts to provide Mr. Gadberry treatment through rehabilitation?
Yes, sir. Do you have specifics on how many times?
Well, it looks like he was in 19 and then he was back in 20, and it's been several times. Is that correct? That he's
Yes,
been
sir.
placed in rehab. And I want to go back to January 3rd of 2021. Was he placed in rehab at that time when he was released from the Russell County Detention Center? I think in January of sometime. He went to a substance abuse treatment center.
Let's see. I don't want to say something wrong. I want to make sure that I get the timeline right. You said January 3rd of 2021?
Well, the letter says, there's a letter in your violation report that says that Mr. Gadberry arrived at LCR on January 28th. It's on page 3 of your violation report, 2021.
Yes.
That's where
okay.
I want to start.
Yes, that's accurate. All right. I'm up to speed with you.
Okay. And did he complete, how long was that treatment program and did he complete?
It was supposed to be 28 to 45 days. Did you hear me?
Yeah. My question was, when did he complete the program?
Oh, did he complete the program? That specific one, I'm pretty sure that he did. Okay, yes, he completed and graduated from it.
Okay. Did he have any problems after he graduated from that program? Any violations?
Yeah, he absconded and failed to report.
Okay, please give the court dates when he failed to report and what happened.
So on November 10th of 2021, he failed to report as directed. He called the following week and he was telling me that he wasn't able to report that day, which was the 17th. He assumed that the 17th was his report day instead of the 10th, but he said that he couldn't report because he was sick. So I said, okay, you need to report on the 24th. He failed to report on that day. He was supposed to bring me some sort of proof that he had went to the doctor, and obviously he didn't do so because he didn't even show up. On December 1st, we went all the way to his reported address, the last address that he had given me, and we conducted a home visit there. Didn't make contact with him, so we left a little note on the door like we're supposed to, saying that he needed to report on December 2nd, 2021. He failed to report on that day, so at that point, we declared him absconding due to his lack of communication with me, and his whereabouts were completely unknown, and we had exhausted every means necessary to try to contact him.
Okay. And I believe you and Mr. Gary Farrell went somewhere in Wayne County attempting to locate him. Is that correct?
In Wayne County?
Well, where did you go to look for him? It says Gary Farrell accompanied you went with you.
Oh, yeah. Officer Farrell went with me to his home address on December 1st that he had reported. It was in Russell County.
Okay. Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, it was in the Eli area.
I have no other questions, Mr. Cooper.
Okay.
Yes, Officer Cooper, you stated in your report that Mr. Gadberry did report to you in October. Is that correct?
I didn't specify that. I would assume that he had, since I didn't detail that. Oh, are you referring to the first violation in the?
No, you say in your report, Brandon Gadberry has not reported since October 13th, 2021. So that was.
Yes. So on that day, he did indeed report.
Okay.
You were saying that I had already testified to that, and I didn't recall that. But yes, he did report on October 13th. He was given a next report day of November 10th, and everything else is recorded. And
then he called you on November 17th and indicated that he was sick. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you try to contact him by phone after that time?
I believe that I did. I can't say for certain because I didn't detail it in the report, and but I mean that's okay. We still exhausted everything that we could in order to try to contact him, as far as going all the way to his home, where he should have been, because he didn't report employment or any reason why he would have been away.
When he reported to you on November 17th, did he indicate to you that he had been in the hospital with some ongoing health issues?
He just explained that he was sick, and I just directed him he needed to obtain proof and report on the 24th. He didn't explain any further.
May I speak?
Not yet. I have no other questions for the officer, Your Honor.
No redirects, Your Honor, and no other witnesses.
Would you like to call your client?
I would, Your Honor, briefly.
Okay.
Raise your right hand, Mr. Gadberry. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Correct.
You realize that you do not have to testify. You have a right not to say anything under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution. You understand that? Are you waiving that right? You want to talk even though you don't have to?
Yeah, I wanna, I would like.
Hang on,
to
Mr.
speak.
I
Gadberry.
know you can't hardly wait, and I'm anxious myself, so go ahead.
Mr. Gadberry, I'm gonna ask you questions and you answer those questions. And then
Okay,
Mr. Stockton may ask you questions and you answer those. We don't need anything else, okay?
all right.
Have you been in the hospital in November and December?
Yes, I've got IV in my arm right now.
I understand right now. In November, were you in the hospital?
Yes. I had to go, I went to an after hours clinic, and then after that, I ended up in the hospital 5 times.
Okay. And that was throughout November and December, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Gadbury, do you have a phone in your room?
Yeah, but I don't know this number.
You didn't, well, you anticipated my question. I didn't even get to ask you what number you needed to know. But anyway, I have no other questions, Your Honor.
I didn't have a phone at the time.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, would you like to be heard?
I would, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is Mr. Gadbury's third motion to revoke. In May 28 of 2020, he failed to complete substance abuse treatment as directed. We brought him on for hearing before the court. He was given a 30-day sanction and released. Back around the first part of 2021, he was getting misdemeanor arrest in Russell County for public intoxication. We brought him on for a hearing. He was given a sanction. Now he didn't report, even though he could have had the courtesy of calling his probation officer and letting him know what's going on. I just feel at this point in time, there's no further way that we can probate Mr. Gadbury that he needs to be revoked.
That last time I went
Mr. Gadbury, hush. Your Honor, we would ask the court not to revoke Mr. Gadbury. He clearly has some ongoing health issues. He did report after he did complete treatment in January or after the January date and was reporting to his officer up until November when he started having these ongoing. Well, he reported October 13th and then missed in November and did call in November. So we would just ask the court to give him one more opportunity.
You want a response, Mr. Stockton?
Well, he's got a 3-year case on a possession and he's been sanctioned twice. We've had 3 hearings. If he's not revoked, I'd just say take him off supervision and let him go on his way because I don't want to have a 4th.
Well, Mr. Gadbury, defendants have certain responsibilities to participate themselves. You can't wait around and not show up and not appear when you're supposed to in contact and then make the probation and parole people just chase you around everything, go up to Eli, and Eli's a beautiful place, but these folks have got other things. So I'm going to say that you have substantially failed to comply with the conditions of your probation. I'm going to revoke you, and possibly this will save your life. Some of these maladies that you have, I'm not a doctor, but they're indicative of the sort of things that people who've abused alcohol and drugs have. And I hope you get straightened out. Mr. Young, thank you very much. We'll sign an order, and when it gets up there, he'll no longer be a Cumberland County prisoner. He'll be a state prisoner. But wait till that order gets up there, okay?
Your Honor, could you tell me how long I got left on probation? How long I've got?
The probation and parole will have to tell you that. I don't know. Okay, thank you very much. Now, Casey County. Casey County. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Savannah Branham.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but you don't need me to stay on for any reason, right?
Not unless you've got another case, Mr. Cooper.
Okay. All right. Thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Yes. Commonwealth versus Savannah Branham, 21 CR 00139. We're here for a pretrial conference. Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, I believe Ms. Costello represents her. And she's a state inmate, but we still have a couple of cases to resolve.
Yes, Your Honor. She was just arraigned on Thursday in Monroe County for a case, and Mr. Stockton and I met on Friday. We're gonna ask for one more settlement day to try and get everything situated.
Does she have state charges pending? She on probation or parole? Can we put a pin on her?
She's already a state inmate, Your Honor.
She's
She's
a
already
state inmate
revoked.
now?
Yes.
Okay, so you want negotiation on January 14th, and the next pretrial is on January the 27th. But with this Monroe County case, do you want to hear them all? Are you gonna try to do a global on it, or what are you gonna try to do?
On the 14th, I will try to get with Mr. Austin before then, and maybe Miss Costello can too, and maybe
Yes.
they can respond to my offer and let me know what they want to do to wrap all these up.
What's the charge? What is the charge over Monroe County?
That's the one thing I can't answer because I don't have the file. I can tell you the charges here in Cumberland County. I don't have the Monroe County file.
Well, I want y'all consider just transferring that Monroe County case over here for judicial economy for negotiations. And if she wants a trial over there instead of over here, we can accommodate that. Okay. That way you'll just have to deal with one person, public advocacy. Okay. Thank you very much. Is there any other need for Ms. Branham?
Not today, Your Honor.
Okay. You're going to be in contact with her?
Yes.
Thank you, Casey County, very much, and y'all are excused. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, is there anybody else? How many cases you have?
Just one, Your Honor. It's David Powell. David. And the plea paper should be in the court file, Your Honor.
Commonwealth Kentucky versus David M. Powell, 21 CR 00066. Are you David Powell?
Yes, sir.
Your last four digits, social security number 9873.
Yes, sir.
Year of birth 1963.
Yeah.
A motion has been filed that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct? Mr. Stock, do what?
Yes.
Well, I mean, do you want to enter a guilty plea? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? You're going to have to say something, Mr. Powell.
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes.
Okay. Are you the same person named in indictment 21 CR 00066?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way? You know what's going on here?
Yes, sir.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney? And are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Before I can take the plea, I need to read the rights that you have under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. No one can make you testify. You don't have to say anything. You have a right to speak trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at a jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, call, testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, right to require the Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea, you give up all those rights.
Yes, sir.
Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of law provided, any range of sentence provided by law. Prior to accepting it, I'll have a pre-sentence investigation for it done. And in the event that I do not accept the recommendation and impose a harsher sentence, you'll have a right to withdraw your plea. If you'll move to the left here. Mr. Stockton, you want to?
This is a misdemeanor plea. Mr. Powell plead guilty to one endangerment, second degree, receive a sentence of 12 months, probated for 2 years, probation to be supervised, pay court cost discretion for it. This is the case where he allegedly tried to set fire to a house that he and his brother owned. And his brother basically said that he'd take care of anything if there's any problems in the future, but he didn't want to prosecute it. So that's where we are on this case.
What's the court cost?
$245.
$245.
Oh, that's it. I was unsupervised.
Wait, what's the sentence again?
12 months, probation, 3 years, unsupervised. What we want to do is we'll have a trial. You know, basically the emergency people and everybody in Cumberland County's got caught in the middle of the family feud here.
Yeah, I don't like that. You had
I checked with emergency, make sure they weren't any money on this case. They said they weren't.
fire department was over there.
Yeah, I checked with them. I wanted to make sure they wouldn't
Fire
reimburse.
department didn't come to the scene, Your Honor.
Yeah, they actually went on another case where there's some burnt farm equipment or something.
That wasn't this incident.
Yeah.
That was another case of arson he was involved in.
Well, not an
No.
arson, no, sir.
Well, I will accept the plea to enter misdemeanor judgment. But Mr. Powell, don't be setting anything on fire. If you have any kind of problems with your family or resolutions, you know, just work it out. You know, somebody's gonna get hurt here if this continues up. You know what I mean? Okay. You need to meet with a probation parole officer over there, give him information.
It's unsupervised.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
You need to give him some information
Okay.
so he'll know what's going on. Thank you. Mr. Garrett, how many cases you have?
Judge, I've got one to reset for a plea and just one shot.
You got two then?
Yes.
Okay. Come on. Who's your client?
Judge Danny Staten,
And where he's,
he's in the Adair County Jail. But we're just merely resetting him for entry of a plea so that I can get the paperwork from the Commonwealth to take over there for him to sign and then bring to the court.
well, I'm not gonna pull him up. I was right now. We'll just go ahead and, what date you want to continue?
January 27th, Judge, I think was what you said earlier. And that's fine.
January the 27th
Yes, sir.
for Danny Staten. Okay, what else you have?
Judge, I've got Jacob Scott.
Is he here? You know, we can't take them out of order for you if they're on these various ships.
That's fine.
Boyle County?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How you doing today, Your Honor?
Bless, thank you very much. Thank you for your cooperation. I've got Jacob Scott, Jacob D. Taylor Scott. Mr. Scott, you have a motion for shock probation, is that correct?
It is, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Judge, we would ask the court to consider shock probation. Mr. Scott has been in custody since February of this year. He was revoked on an older case. He did receive new charges, and that was the predicate for his revocation. Of course, on the new charges, he took a 7-year sentence. He's been serving on that. In the meantime, his wife has, before he went back in for his final sentencing, his wife has since delivered a child of his in September of 2021. And we're merely asking the court to give him an opportunity to demonstrate to the court that he's able to comply with the dictates of the law. We have waited a pretty long period before we filed the motion for shock probation. We did not file that as soon as he is eligible, in order to demonstrate to the court that he's willing to sit some extra time as his punishment for his offenses. During the time period that he's been in jail, he has been able to give a lot of thought to what has happened, and he
Are you
understands.
testifying?
No, I'm
Now,
just
you know
merely,
how much thought he's given to what's happened.
Judge, I've spoken to
Well,
him.
I know, but I mean, I want to put him on and let him say something that's all
Sure.
right.
If the court's willing to let me do that.
I'm willing, he can testify if he wants to. Mr. Scott, you want to raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
Swear the testimony about to give us the truth, no truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and ask him anything.
Jacob, how long have you been in custody?
Since February.
And during the time period that you've been in jail, can you relate to the court what you have learned?
Yes, I've learned that my actions were not very good at all. And I'm ready for the family that I never really had. And that's what I'm aiming for.
And if the court deemed it appropriate that you be assessed by the social service clinician, if they gave you a chance on shock probation, would you be willing to do that?
Yes, sir.
And would you be willing to do any other conditions or follow any other conditions imposed by the court?
Anything I had to.
Okay. Would you like to add anything else?
No, sir. If they do give me this shot, I will not let them down.
That's all, Judge.
Mr. Stockton, do you have anything?
I just want to ask Mr. Scott, have you had your parole eligibility date yet?
No, I think that is in October, sir.
October of next year?
Yes, I'm in SAP right now, substance abuse room.
How long do you have before you'll complete that?
I think I've been in here almost a month and it's 6 months.
Okay, okay. I have no other questions, Your Honor.
What's the Commonwealth's position?
Well, I'm glad that I asked Mr. Scott his position, what his situation was. He had a fleeing and evading DUI case on the 17 case, and then he got a trafficking case on the 21-15. He had 7.5 grams of meth on him, and that's the reason for the lengthy sentence. I would be willing, if he can complete the SAP program, look at him and see if, at that point in time about letting him out. I think it'd be to his benefit that he completes it before he gets out.
Judge, we would just ask the court to permit him shock probation and enter into any sort of social service clinician recommended treatment or program that the court deems appropriate. He does have a very young child, and we're merely asking the court to take that into consideration.
Well, I don't want to be Grinch or anything, but this fellow had a concealed deadly weapon, a fleeing and evading charge with all kinds of drugs on him, operating on a suspended, operating under the influence. And that was in 17. And he got out, and then he turns around in 21 and does the same thing. You know, he's operating a motor vehicle again, speeding over 16. I don't know. I tell you what I am willing to do. I will shock probate him upon his successful completion of the drug program that he's involved in right now. If it takes 5 months, if it takes 6 months, whatever it is, I'll shock probation. And once we have certified, I will not consider anything under 4 months. So they don't say, well, he's finished now.
Okay.
Okay. You understand what I'm saying, Mr. Stockton?
Yeah, my understanding is he has at least 5 months before he finishes. He's been in a month.
If you successfully complete that, I'm going to hold this under abeyance and I'm going to shock probate you. That way you can get out and have a chance. And I know nobody wants to be addicted to drugs, but you know, you've been out twice in that vehicle gomming around and somebody else's child could have been killed. Now, this is your first child?
This is my second.
Second one. Well, you understand how you'd feel if somebody called you and somebody that was out drunk and run over and killed your child, right?
Yes, sir.
So I want you to reflect upon that every day. And this, how old is your older child?
He's 4.
4. Well, you'll get out in time to be an active participant in both of them if you conduct yourself appropriately. Okay, Boyle County, thank you very much for your cooperation. Merry Christmas, John.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
You have anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Perigin, you have anything?
No, sir.
Okay, well, this is a new member of the bar we have here, Ms. Holly Long Perigin. So, okay, now, Mr. Cross, you have anything else?
Your Honor, we have Kevin Haddix is on the docket today. I think this just needing an order remanding.
Kevin Dale Haddix. It's a motion to remand to district court. What do you have to say about that, Mr. Stockton?
He had a Delta 9 marijuana in his system, but he did not have any controlled substance on him. He said he did, but he had a prescription for it. I guess he made a misstatement with the law. So the possession ought to be dismissed and the DUI ought to be remanded to district court.
And I
I
have
thought
the,
we did that. Yeah, I thought we did
it
that
wasn't
last time.
done in court. No, in court, there was no proof of the prescription. So we put it on today.
Yeah, I got the prescription and verified it with the pharmacist after court.
Yeah,
It
we
was
were
out
just
at
gonna
Clinton
wait
Pharmacy.
till today to some.
So the only thing he's charged with now is operating under the influence, speeding, and possession of marijuana. Is that correct?
That's correct. And all that should be remanded to district court.
The other charge will be dismissed. We remand it to Clinton District Court.
Or Cumberland.
What happened here in Cumberland County?
Yes.
Cumberland District Court.
Yes.
Okay,
Merry Christmas, folks. Yeah.
they put it on the docket. Anything else, Mr. Cross?
Your Honor, we've got the Joseph Arms suppression hearing. I think we're waiting on Mr. Ford on that. And then I have one prisoner in LaRue and one in Adair.
Okay, we'll get to those as soon as we can. How many cases do you have?
Your Honor, I've got about 5 cases.
Okay. Well, let's see what jails we have on here now. Clinton County.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you'll come on there. Rodney Manis. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Rodney Manis. Mr. Shuffett, are you on there somewhere?
Mr. Sheffitt's not on, Your Honor. He said he could get on. He has a sick child this morning. He said that Mr. Manis is not going to do the plea now, that he wants to have a trial date set. And I told him if it's all right, the court, we can set it in Clinton County, but I've got to do another indictment. This plea that we were going to do today has an information indictment in it, so I'm going to have to take the case back to grand jury in January also.
Okay, well, let's just schedule this for next court appearance for February. Is it the 24th? Megan, this is interlineation here. Is it February the 24th?
27. Or I'm sorry, on the February week.
Yeah, I'm talking about February.
It'll be February the 10th in Clinton County. It's
Yeah,
Clinton
this is a
County.
clean.
Okay, February the 10th in Clinton County.
Make a note of it.
February the
Ready for the
10th.
grand jury.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Commonwealth versus Josh Davis. Are you Josh Davis?
Yes, sir.
This is 21 CR 0004. Here for pretrial.
Your Honor, we have tendered a entry of a guilty plea.
Okay.
And
Mr.
motion-
Davis, what's your year of birth?
4/4/1988,
And what's the last 4 digits of your social security number?
7367.
A motion been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Okay.
No.
Are you impaired today in any way? Do you know what's going on here?
Yes, sir.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to plead guilty today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial, to be represented by counsel, to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, to produce evidence, to call witnesses in your favor, to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. If you understand, by entering guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would recommend that Mr. Davis plead to theft by unlawful taking over $500 in PFO second. The defendant shall receive a sentence of 10 years probated for 5 years or until restitution is paid in full. Probation is to be supervised. The defendant shall be released at final sentencing. And the restitution amount is $21,160. It was going to be paid jointly and severally with Mr. Manus, but now Mr. Davis is responsible for it. To the victim through the Clinton Circuit Clerk's office at the rate of $150 a month. First payment be due 30 days after final sentencing upon release.
So what's the court? Go ahead. What's the court cost over there in Clinton? I'm just going to say, how much?
$155.
65 is what you're saying?
55.
155, you pay that in addition to your restitution, you pay $30 a month. Court cost first payment starting 30 days today. Now, I'm going to have to order a pre-sentence investigation report before I can sentence you on this, sir. So is it January the 10th? Is that when the Clinton Circuit Court meets again? Mr. Stockton? Is it January? January the 13th, the 13th. So I have a priest now. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation after looking at that report, I'll allow you to withdraw your plea. And you understand by entering a guilty plea here today that this could be used against you in the future and other felonies under persistent felony offender law. So is that, so you have signed the document?
Yes.
Okay, is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll place the document in the file and order the PSI and have you over there in Clinton County on the 14th. Okay, thank you very much.
Your Honor, was that January 13th?
14th.
14th.
Was it 14th or 13th?
13.
13th.
Is there any way, Your Honor, on that we could, I have a previously scheduled matter in Bell County on that date at 9. Is there any way, Your Honor, I could do that, say about in the afternoon?
Yes, you can.
That would be perfect.
Just give notice to the Commonwealth Attorney's Office what time you can be here and they'll tell us when the case comes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Does that have anything else in Clinton County? If not, Clinton County Jail is excused. Thank you for your cooperation. Is Bullitt County on the line now? No, we finished. How about LaRue County? LaRue County?
Your Honor, if I may, on Bullitt County, Ms. Cundiff, I represent Ms. Cundiff. I also represent her in Adair County. They did not get on Zoom on Tuesday out of Adair County either. The judge issued a new order for her appearance, and she's going to appear there on January the 11th at our next date. But I don't know if they plan on joining later, but they didn't join on Tuesday.
Did you contact them for us?
No, Bullitt.
Bullitt County and see if, tell me, it won't just take just but a second. It'll keep us from bringing somebody in and out of their facility. Okay, let's go back to the live docket. How many, yeah, the rest of your people on the live docket?
No, Your Honor, they're at Adair County Jail.
Okay. Let's go back to the live docket here.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I did want to mislead the court. We were going to ask for another settlement day on Ms. Cundiff because of the issues with the jail getting on Zoom. So that was.
Submit me an agreed order with the Commonwealth.
Okay.
On the, well, go ahead and do the 14th.
Okay.
That's what you're going to do anyway. There's no retailing.
Judge,
what?
it's January 20. The pretrial's January 20th in Cumberland.
January 27th would be the next pretrial, and a negotiation day would be the 14th, right?
Yes.
Okay. Annie Alexander. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Annie L. Alexander, 21 CR 00144. Are you Annie Alexander?
Yes,
Born in 1991?
yes,
Last four digits, social security number 6516.
yes.
Okay, what do we have here?
Your Honor, I'm standing in Robert Stevens for Michelle Wilson Jones, who has accepted Miss Alexander's case, but could not be here today. We would plead not guilty and ask the court for a negotiation.
Well, it's not an arraignment. She's already been arraigned, hasn't she?
Yeah, she was arraigned last month, Your Honor. She's a conflict with her office and Mr. Stevens.
I was
Okay,
informed.
set a pretrial negotiation for January the 14th, and the next court appearance is January the 27th. Joseph Arms. There's a motion to suppress. We'll pass over that just for a second. Anwar Barber. Okay, he is a fugitive, is that correct? Okay. Not for the court. Tanya Burton. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Tanya Burton, 21 CR 00133. You got a plea here?
We do, Your Honor. I also have a conflict waiver to enter with the court as well.
Is this a diversion or a felony plea?
Diversion.
A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You're going to have to speak up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you Tanya M. Burton?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired today?
No, sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the evidence Commonwealth has against you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you feel like you're fully informed?
Yes, sir.
Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand your constitutional rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at the jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose. You have a right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea, they give you up those rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, or I may apply any sentence that's allowed under the law. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
Have you any felonies in the last 10 years?
No, sir.
Are you currently on probation?
No, sir.
You understand that if you complete the diversion program, the charges will be dismissed, pre-trial diverted?
Yes.
You understand if you do not complete the diversion successfully, you'll be brought back before the court and a scheduled sentencing will be held, and then you'll be a convicted felon that can be used against you in the future.
Yes, sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, move to the left. Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, Ms. Burton, plead guilty of possession of controlled substance, first degree, receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years. Burton to be supervised. She'll also plead guilty to failure to maintain insurance. pay $500 fine. She'll plead guilty to DUI first offense, pay a $200 fine and costs. She'll pay court costs at the discretion of the court. She will, all evidence in this case will be destroyed.
Now, you realize that when you plead guilty to DUI, that can be enhanced too, in addition to felony. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
So if you get another DUI, it'll be a more serious charge. What is the total cost, fines, and everything? $1,400. You need some time to pay that.
Yes.
Okay, you can pay it at $50 a month,
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
starting 30 days from today. Is that your signature on the motion for guilty plea?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you'll need to get the DUI. Did you enter the DUI papers?
Yeah, she's already signed it, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, you need to go over and talk to probation parole officer.
Okay.
Christopher Lee. Yes, you want it?
The grand jury. It's a domestic violence situation. I subpoenaed the mother who gave a statement to the police, and I've subpoenaed the daughter that allegedly saw the incident. And they're both down at the grand jury refusing to answer any questions. So I don't know if it needs to be
Well,
here.
they keep refusing to answer.
You want me to have them brought up here so you can instruct them to answer the questions and what the consequences is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Christopher Lee Cooksey. Christopher Lee Cooksey. Christopher Lee Cooksey.
To be quiet, they're in there breaking down.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Christopher Lee Cooksey. Mr. Cooksey, what's your date of birth?
11/27/1973.
Yeah. The grand jury, you have a right to remain silent. Do you have an attorney?
No, sir, I do not at this
I want
moment.
public advocacy to represent you, Ms. Costello. You want to come up? The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment against you, charging you with fraud or false statement and obtaining assistance benefits. You understand that charge?
That is,
Okay. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading arraignment, enter plea not guilty, reserve all for trial.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Counselor. Okay, there's a negotiation day, Mr. Cooksey, on January the 14th, where you come back and negotiate. That's part of your bond, and you'll be back here in court on January the 27th, okay? The 14th for negotiation and the 27th. I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order here, and that the Commonwealth's giving your attorney information to help you prepare your defense, okay? You're under the same bond. Yeah. You have your witnesses here yet? You want to bring them up here? Okay. Alfred Cresilius. Commonwealth versus Alfred J. Cresilius, 21 CR 00136. Are you Alfred Cresilius?
Yes, sir.
You have an attorney?
No, sir.
Can you afford one?
No, sir.
I'm appoint public advocacy to represent you. Ms. Costello. This is Mr. Cresilius. Give me the file. He's here with the purpose of arraignment. I've appointed public advocacy to represent him. Mr. Cresilius, the grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with burglary from the 3rd degree. You understand that charge?
Yes, sir.
You acknowledge the identity of Mr. Casillas, received out in the way formal reading and there included not guilty, reserving all pre-trial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, be here on the 14th of January for negotiation and the 27th of January for your next court date.
27th.
The 14th, and I'll give you. a hard-
14th and the 27th. Okay,
You have to be here both.
and I'll sign a reciprocal discovery order here in a minute, and they're gonna give you your attorney evidence. Okay, you want to bring your witnesses around? Go ahead. Good morning. Okay, what's the deal
Your
here?
Honor, Ms. Tasha Gilbert, Charity Gilbert, was subpoenaed to testify at the grand jury this morning. There was a domestic altercation. It was against, obviously her husband, and they gave a statement to the police, and I wanted to get them under oath on the statement. They refused to answer any questions.
Is her husband?
But I don't know if they're legally married or not. We haven't even got that far yet.
Okay, what's your name, man?
Tasha Baber.
Okay, and you were called before the grand jury to testify?
Yes.
And who is the subject of the investigation? Is that her husband? Is that your husband?
Yes.
You're legally married?
Yes.
Okay, and what's the date of marriage? Would you raise your right hand? Swear the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, okay?
Yes.
Okay, now this is your husband.
Yes.
They're gonna ask you about. You're all legally married, never been divorced or anything. Okay, you have any other questions? Okay, she cannot be compelled to testify. Okay, you can step back and, okay, raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, what's your name?
Charity Gilbert,
You can lower your hand there.
17.
Yeah. You're called before the grand jury to testify. And you refuse to testify. That's not the way it works. You cannot refuse to testify in front of a grand jury. You need to go down there and truthfully testify. You understand what I'm saying? Now, it's going to get a little complicated because you're 17. But I guess I would have to call a court designated worker and get social services involved with you if I have to incarcerate you. Okay. So I know sometimes it's painful to tell the truth, what you saw or what that sort of thing, but you don't have any choice. So nobody can blame you for it. You understand what I'm saying? Now, if you want to take her back down to the grand jury, and if she refuses to testify, then we'll take it from there. Okay. Thank you very much. You can go with him. Randy Lorene Franklin. Are you Miss Franklin?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
This is 21 CR 00119. You're here on a pretrial conference. Mr. Johnny Bill, what do you have to announce, Mr. Bill?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
What do you have to announce in this case? Anything?
Your Honor, we have had a offer in this case. I wasn't able to attend the negotiation conference due to a medical situation. If we're able to negotiate further, I'd like to, and if we're not, I guess we'd have to set it for trial, Judge.
January the 14th, be here for negotiation. And then the next court date is January 27th. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Michael Gross. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Michael Gross, 21 CR 00154. You, Michael Gross?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You are represented by Mr. Bell. You have the right to remain silent. I recommend that you exercise that right, okay? The grand jury of Cumberland County's returned indictment charging you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of marijuana, failure to signal. Disregarding a stop sign. Expired plates, no registration. Mr. Bailiff. Mr. Bell, you acknowledge the identity of your client, receipt and indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you appear on January the 14th for negotiations and January 27th for your court date. And Mr. Gross, I'm signing a reciprocal discovery order, and the Commonwealth has just turned over to your attorney. There's certain evidence to help prepare your defense. And if there's need to get anything else, he'll come in front of the court, okay? So that both of these dates are part of your bond. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Bradley Gunter. Commonwealth versus Bradley Gunter. 21 CR 00152. Are you Bradley Gunter?
Yes, sir.
You born in 1987?
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 1687.
Yes.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Do I have this file? You have a right to remain silent. You're represented by the Office of Public Advocacy in District Court. I will continue that appointment. The grand jury has charged you with trafficking and controlled substance of first degree, possession of controlled substance of the first degree, tampering with physical evidence, theft, unlawful taking or disposition, resisting arrest, disorderly conduct, and possession of marijuana. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the deal? The officer involved with it was the sheriff. Is that correct? Do you know? There was a resisting arrest. What's the deal? Sign a reciprocal discovery order, Mr. Bradley Gunter. Here it is right here. She gets the description of it. The 14th and the 27th, 14th for negotiation, 27th. I'm interested in resisting arrest. What do you know about the resisting arrest on this gentleman? Were you involved in it? Okay, so you weren't down here then, you're gonna go. Right. Teresa Cool and Officer Tweed.
They said, when they, Teresa Cool and Officer Tweed said that picked up the container, this is Sheriff Daniels' case.
I'm sorry, I do remember this.
Oh, yeah.
I do remember this. I'm sorry.
That's what happened.
Yeah, you want me to go with it?
No, you're all right.
Sheriff Daniels asked me to come to Long's Auto Sales there, and this gentleman and there's another gentleman that was in a van. They were in one van, they had the hood raised on another van, they were parked in front of it. After Sheriff Daniels pulled in, this gentleman runs in between the two vans and tosses something out of his hand. Whenever Sheriff Daniels told Trooper Poole to detain him, this gentleman right here wanted to try to fight with Trooper Poole. I then had to go hands-on and help Trooper Poole. We ended up taking Mr. Gunner to the ground and getting cuffed. It did take both of us to get him on the ground to keep him cuffed there, to keep him from fighting with us anymore.
What's his bond? Pre-trial on there?
Yes. It's a $20,000 surety bond with the standard curfew. He had a 25,000 cash or 2 times property in district court and never made it.
You have to say,
I think based on the resistance or listed as pure bond.
is it $20,000 secured bond? Or total, I don't, it says total cash on here.
That,
But I know, but it says right here. And then it's got unsecured or surety bond. And I don't see who signed the bond here.
I can see that Lauren Williams.
Who is Lauren Williams? Who is Lauren Williams?
He's posted this at the jail, but she's got a Tennessee address.
She's got an out-of-state person signing a bond here, which an out-of-state person cannot sign a surety bond.
That's the district court bond be reinstated for COVID-19.
Your Honor, he is out. I understand the court's concerned, but he did appear in court as he was ordered. He hasn't had any violations since he's been out. And he was incarcerated for 60 days, around a little over 60 days.
He's an out-of-state resident, hadn't signed a waiver of extradition. Very poor example of bonding going on right there, heading to jail. Well, I'm gonna require him to sign a waiver of extradition,
That's not a problem, Your Honor.
and I'm gonna put him on a $10,000 cash bond. And is that okay with the Commonwealth? $10,000 cash bond. And do you have any reason to be in Kentucky?
He doesn't have any reason to be in Kentucky, Your Honor. He doesn't have the cash to post that.
Well, perhaps we can review it at some other day. That bond was just wrong. Okay, he's in custody of jail. Marie Hagan. Marie Hagan. What's the story on Marie Hagan? What's the story?
We didn't agree to order resetting her until January.
January 27th.
Yes.
Dallas Hayes.
He was bonded out. He did not show up for court on the 18th because he had COVID and they issued a warrant. So they started with his warrant. So he's back there.
Do you have COVID now?
No, he doesn't have, that was in November.
He did bring proof where he did test positive.
Okay, Mr. Stockton on Dallas Hayes. On Dallas Hayes. I guess we need to bring Dallas Hayes out. We're out of bailiffs. They're back there with the other. Good. We'll come back to Dallas Hayes. Dustin Hayes. Commonwealth versus Dustin Hayes, 21 CR 00138. Are you Dustin Hayes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today for pre-trial conference. What we got?
We have an agreement, Your Honor, for a pretrial diversion.
Okay, a motion has been tendered, Mr. Hayes, that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
State your full name.
Dustin Lee Hayes,
What's your year of birth?
November 2nd, 1986.
Last four digits of your social security number.
7836.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 00138?
Yes, sir.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir, I have. I am.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. Before I can accept a plea from you, I need to know that you fully understand your rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial, but jury right to be represented by counsel at the jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Your right to produce evidence, or right to call witnesses in favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charge against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea, you give up all those rights. Now I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range sentence provided below. I do not have to accept any recommendation. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea. Guilty and proceed to trial. Have you been previously diverted in the last 5 years? Have you any felony convictions in the past 10 years?
No, sir.
Okay, are you currently on probation?
No, sir.
You understand that if you complete the pretrial diversion agreement, the case will be dismissed, pretrial diverted. You understand if you do not complete the diversion and they come back before this court, I'll have a pre-sentence investigation report done, you'll be sentenced and you'll be a convicted felon. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. Hayes will plead guilty to possession of controlled substance first. Be 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years, diversion to be supervised. He'll receive credit for time served, be assessed by the SSC, maintain gainful employment. All evidence in this case be destroyed.
What's the court cost? What?
$265.
$265. Okay, now you understand, is that what you agreed to? You need some time to pay the court costs. I'll let you pay it $40 a month, starting 30 days from today, okay? You need to meet with the probation parole officer over there. Okay. Is that your signature on the document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll accept it. I'll sign the diversion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Give that to her. Tessie Humphrey. Tessie M. Humphrey.
Served with her warrant and bonded out and got this thing. There is in-state surety.
Who is the surety?
Philip Staley.
FTA on her. Christian Jones. Christian Jones. Yeah. For Tess there. Says Tessa Humphrey, FTA. Christian Jones. For sentencing.
I have
haven't seen them this morning, Your Honor.
Wait, Mr. Garner, a question for board.
I just wanted to visit the video, Your Honor, because I had issues getting his PSI package returned from him, and then he did return it to me next day as directed. But it was a very short window to get the PSI package back to you guys. He doesn't have transportation or dependable transportation at the moment.
Okay, FTA and district FTA here issue a warrant without bond. Thomas McVeigh. Grand jury is Thomas McVeigh. (21 CR 0031). Are you Thomas McVeigh?
Yes, sir.
Okay, who represents you? So after what? Okay, I will continue this case generally for redocketing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go down to the grand jury just for a second, so we'll be in recess. This will be bringing up here then. Mr. Bailiff, will you go down and get the grand jury and bring them back up the back way? And tell them the recorder down there is not working. We're gonna have to bring the grand jury up here, Mr. Carter.
Okay. I think Lang is still down there with.
We off the record? Is Miss Perigin still back there? Yeah, have her come up here. Johnny, this young lady's gonna start practicing here.
She's still on.
Introduce yourself to her. Mr. Cross, you know Miss Perigin? Okay. Mr. Carter, you know This is Mr. Dallas Hayes. Here, purpose of arraignment in 21 CR 00145. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading of arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the negotiation date will be January 14th. The next court appearance will be January 27th. Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Hayes was served with a warrant for missing court on November 18th. He is the individual that had tested positive at the jail for COVID.
You have proof to show to the Commonwealth?
Yes, and I have, Your Honor.
You want me to withdraw that motion then? That motion is withdrawn.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
Rodney Miller. He's released.
He's got.
I've got him, Jack.
Rodney Miller.
Attorney, I believe he has six father-in-law, Mr. Miller's supposed to be there anyway. And Mr. Smith, Junior Smith told me that he hadn't been charged with bank laundering, went there, out of state. So I didn't expect to be there.
Warrant of arrest for Mr. Rodney Miller. Noah Neal. Commonwealth versus Noah Neal. 21 CR 00143. Are you Noah Neal?
Yes, sir.
Y'all have a plea agreement?
Judge, I took this case yesterday on a conflict contract. I would ask.
You can look at stuff pretty quick, can't you?
Well, I actually glanced at the charge and I believe we will be able to resolve this. If I could have one negotiation day, I believe. we'll be able to resolve
January the 14th. And then January 27th.
And Your Honor, I was gonna ask for time to get my own attorney, so that gives me time.
Well, let me tell you something.
Yes, sir.
You need to kind of check around anything. There's nothing wrong with the attorney you got now if you're gonna enter a plea, but go ahead and do what you want to. Mr. Bell or anybody with private counsel will talk to you, but. Okay.
I wouldn't be no better than him, Judge.
Do what?
I said, I wouldn't be any better than him.
Well, the only difference is he can run faster than you can.
There ain't no doubt about it.
But that probably wasn't true at one time.
Well, I don't know. I'd pull more on him, maybe.
Commonwealth versus Jerry Norris. Jerry Norris. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Jerry Norris, 20 CR 0069. Mr. Norris, were you born in 1986?
Yes,
With the last four digits of your social security number?
8168.
Who's your attorney?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sorry.
Is this a suppression hearing?
No, Your Honor, that was filed, Mr. Cross filed that motion for his client, who's a co-defendant, Mr. Norris, but we're not joining that.
Okay, do you have a plea agreement or?
No,
I guess we just need to take Mr. Norris's case until we complete the suppression on Mr. So, you want to say it next month? That's fine.
Let's set it for a negotiation day too. You want to just set it for the regular day? Which one?
No, say no negotiation.
yeah, I would, yes.
January the 14th and January 27th. Yeah. Tanya Robotics. Commonwealth versus Tanya L. Robotics. Is that how you say your last name?
It's pronounced Robidoux.
Robidoux.
Yes, sir.
Like in New Orleans.
I'm from
French.
Massachusetts originally, but yeah.
French, Robidoux. Okay, you're here for a pretrial conference. What do you got?
We have an agreement, Your Honor, and a waiver.
Is it a
Diversion.
version? Okay. Motion's been entered today, Ms. Robidoux, that says you wish to enter a plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 21 CR 00134?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired in any way?
No,
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and you satisfied with her advice?
I am.
Have you reviewed the evidence which Commonwealth has against you?
Yes,
You believe that you've been fully informed about the case?
yes,
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. Is it?
I do.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea of guilty, I need to know that you fully understand these rights.
I do.
You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial, the jury, right to be represented by counsel, jury trial, right to conduct cross-examine all witnesses, call testify against your right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. Right to trial conduct, prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charge against you. Understand that by entering this guilty plea, you give up those rights and may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law prior to accepting your recommendation. I will wait to pre-sentence investigation report on my probation parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea. And what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Mr. Rutherford will plead guilty to possession of a controlled substance, first degree, receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial the verdict for 5, she'll pay a fine of $250. And court costs discretion of the court, she'll obtain and maintain gainful employment. All evidence in this case be destroyed.
Okay, have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
You have any felony pleas in the last 10 years?
No,
Are you currently under probation?
no,
Okay, now you understand that if you are revoked and your sentence is a felon, then that could be used against you in future prosecutions.
Yes.
There wasn't a DUI or anything in this, was there?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, well, what are the court costs?
$485.
Need some time to pay that?
I do.
Okay, you can pay it at $40 a month, first payment starting
Next month.
30 days from today, okay? You need to meet with the probation and parole officer there so you get certain information about it. Hannah Scott. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Hannah Scott, 21 CR 00140. Are you Hannah Scott?
Yes.
What's your year of birth?
6/22/94,
Last 4 digits, social security number?
1267.
Okay, you're here today on a pretrial conference. Y'all have an agreement?
We do, Your Honor.
Is it diversion or what?
It's a diversion, Your Honor.
Are you, a motion been tendered says you wish to enter guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is plea freely and voluntarily entered?
Yes.
Are you the same person named in the indictment 21 CR 00140?
Yes.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
You understand you do not have to enter guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights.
Yes.
You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial for jury, right to be represented by counsel at jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to acquire a Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of charges. You understand that by entering this guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, I may consider Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any sentence allowed by law prior to accepting any kind of recommendation. If you are revoked prior to accepting any recommendation, I'll have pre-sentence investigation report done, and you'd be a convicted felon. However, if you successfully complete the pretrial diversion, the case will be dismissed. Pretrial diversion. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No.
Have you had any felonies in the last 10 years?
No.
Are you currently on probation?
No.
Okay, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, Ms. Scott will plead to assault 4th degree, 12 months. She'll plead guilty to burglary, 3rd degree, 5 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years to be supervised. She'll receive credit for her time served of 17 days. She agrees to serve an additional 43 days on home incarceration. She's to have no contact with the victims, no phone calls or any state and local agencies concerning the victim or anyone living in her household. She'll pay court costs at the discretion of the court, obtain and maintain gainful employment, and all contraband in this case would be destroyed.
Yeah, I didn't really understand that about not contacting anybody. Could you?
Well, there's been some allegations that there's a live-in children and boyfriends, and she's been harassing them by calling state agencies like BCDS. And there's no reason for her to have any contact with anybody in that household. So that's not the case. I'm attempting to get the record right now to confirm that, but we didn't get them in before the plea. We just wrote it in there. She's not to do that.
What kind of relationship does she have with those people?
I knew at the negotiation date, I think, remember.
There's no current, relationship between anyone living there. There's no child in
So-
common.
Is that her former boyfriend that lives there and?
Former, girlfriend of her former boyfriend. So at this time, there's no relationship or.
Well, I just hate to make a blanket that they're not to contact anybody in case something really happened, she knew about it. I'd say that before she contacts social services agency, I'd like it so that she contact the Commonwealth Attorney's Office and inform you of something that, will you pencil that in? Okay, this is what you've agreed to, move over behind you, you've agreed to this? Okay,
Yes,
and what did you say the court costs were?
245.
$245. You need some time to pay that. I'll let you pay it $30 a month, starting 30 days from today, okay? And you realize if you violate this and brought back in, this would be, that conviction, felony conviction could be used against you in the future. You understand that?
Mhm.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
You gotta speak up because it doesn't.
Sorry.
Okay.
And Mr. Knight.
Okay, meet with probation and parole officer. Ashley Stotts has not been served. There's a warrant out for Ms. Stotts, okay? Dustin Sutherland for sentencing. Carlo versus Dustin Sutherland, 21 CR 0035. Are you Dustin Sutherland?
Yes, Your Honor.
Born in 1982, last four digits, social security number 6346. You're here for sentencing.
There is a correction on the PSI, Your
Let
Honor.
me get to that. You had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report under probation parole.
Yes.
I understand there's a correction. What is it?
Your Honor, when probation and parole prepares the PSI, they always get a copy of the plea agreement. Unfortunately, the one that they had was the older agreement and not the one that we signed in the court. It currently calls for a drug court program. Mr. Sutherland doesn't have to enter that program. He will be supervised by probation and parole.
Right to Officer Barnes. Did you hear that, Mr. Stockton?
What they have on the PSI was where he was going into drug court, that first agreement, but not the one we ended up signing.
Mr. Garner, they had sent y'all your rider, they'd sent them the wrong agreement. The plea agreement was done on this report indicated drug court, but he's actually going to be under supervision of y'all and not in drug court. Okay. Now, in this Commonwealth record, now what kind of treatment? Mr. Cross, wait just a second, okay, till I finish this one, okay? What kind of treatment are you got? Is there any treatment or anything?
He'll be supervised, he'll be assessed by the social services clinician to see.
He'll
if-
follow them. Okay, now, Mr. Cross, you can have him back. Okay, you need to be with probation. What was the court cost? 270, needs time to play that.
Do you need time to pay
Court
270?
cost?
Yes, sir.
First pay $30 a month, first pay 30 days from today.
Okay. The social, where I'm from, the social security is actually closed down in
No,
January.
no, the social services clinician with probation and parole. Remember, you have to meet with
Yeah,
them.
but I'm talking about the payment. I
Oh,
gotta get a social security card before I can start back to work, and they don't open back till January the 1st. Could I get an extra month?
Well, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have it paid by January 27th.
Okay, thank you.
So for January 27th and then each month. Okay. Meet with us, Mr. Garner, please.
Terry, David Terry. Not been served. Michael Vibert. It's kind of like your family from Rumble, the Old Bailey, isn't it?
He's like, old brother, where art thou? He's RUNNOFT.
Do what?
Mr. Bieber does not know the start with his last.
Yeah. If you ever watch Rumble of the Old Bailey,
No.
you gotta watch it every.
Yeah,
They got a judge on there that reminds me of Mr. Hunley.
Oh, yeah.
Says he always.
Wise man, Judge.
No, yeah, he always looks at the jury when the evidence is pretty weak. He says, use your common sense. You gotta watch that Rumble. You know you're in trouble then when you defense lawyer.
Could I approach and ask you about,
Yeah, do what?
could I approach and ask you about a situation that you're governing over, but it's not necessarily today, but it is important for an individual?
Well, let's go off the record here, just in case I don't. We've had a bad experience. Wait a second. Wait a second. You know. Hey, is there a warrant out on Michael Vibert? Is a warrant out on Michael Vibert? Change the condition on the warrant to no bond for FTA. Andrew Weiss. Andrew Weiss.
Sir, that's another one that we had an agreed order to continue to January 27th.
Okay. Carol White. Come over, it's Carol White, 21 CR 0013. Are you Carol White?
Yes.
What you got going on here?
We have a plea agreement, Your Honor.
Is it diversion or?
It is, Your Honor.
Motion been tendered. Ms. White says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is this, you born 1972, last four digits, social security number 0768?
Yes, sir.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
You know what's going on today. You're not under the influence of drugs or alcohol.
Yes.
You have certain rights. Under Kentucky, United States Constitution, you have a right not to testify against yourself. No one may say anything, right to speak, trial by jury, right to be represented, counsel, jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter, higher court if you lose, and right to require Commonwealth proof on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty. You understand by entering guilty plea today, you give up those rights, and I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation. But I may apply any sentence allowed under law. Now, have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No.
Have you, you're gonna have to say something. You have to speak up.
I'm hoarse. I can't.
Okay.
Come out.
Have you had any felonies the last 10 years?
No.
Okay, you understand that if you don't fully complete the diversion and you come back in front of me, then I'll have a pre-sentence investigation report done. You'll be sentenced, you'll be a convicted felon that can be used against you in the future. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
The possession of a controlled substance, 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5, be supervised, pay court cost discretion of the court, enter and complete the Cumberland County Specialty Program, and also maintain gainful employment and all evidence in this case be destroyed.
Okay, what's the court cost here? Court cost is $210. Do you need some time to pay that? You start paying $30 a month, $30 a month, 30 days from today, okay? Last case on that regular docket, it appears, I've got to go back to one, but Cody A. Stearns.
These are the version completion.
Version completion, there's no objection. Now, we got, okay, now, who's waiting? Mr. Hunley, is that the one you're talking about? Okay. Then we'll go, do we have another jail waiting? We got 20 people waiting. Adair County's on there. Adair County will be with you just as soon as we can here, okay? Okay, let's go back to Joseph Edward Arms. Have a seat there. Have a seat there. Commonwealth, Kentucky versus Joseph Edward Arms, 20 CR 0068. This is a motion to suppress. I don't know very much about this case because this is sure bare bones pleading, as they say.
Your Honor, it pertains to a traffic stop. So it says we're suppressing the stop and also any state.
I don't know how a person should rely on the Constitution, United States of America and Kentucky on filing pleading, but you have, so. Okay, you want to call your first witness?
Call Sheriff Dale Ford of Monroe County.
Mr. Stockton, you got your camera on there. I appreciate your Snoopy tie, but doesn't add anything to proceedings at this juncture. Sheriff, where is Sheriff Ford at?
I hope he's somewhere on that Zoom.
I'm here.
Okay, turn your camera on, Sheriff.
Okay.
Have somebody to turn your camera on.
Oh, that's all right. I'm working on it.
We'd hate to lose you here.
How about now?
There you are. You kind of center it there. That's perfect. You raise your right hand, Sheriff. Swear testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Okay. Proceed, Mr. Hanlon.
Now, please state your name for the record.
Sheriff Dale Ford.
And what is your present position here in the Commonwealth of Kentucky?
I'm the sheriff of Monroe County.
How long have you been sheriff, Mr.
7 years.
And have you had any law enforcement experience before that?
I have over 40 years of law enforcement.
And where would that have been and what positions did you hold?
I was a police officer of City of Tompkinsville, chief of police of Tompkinsville, and then sheriff of Monroe County.
All right, now, Sheriff, do you recall an incident that occurred in the Judio community of Cumberland County back in whenever it was? It's been 2020, September the 1st, 2020.
Vaguely, I do, yes.
Well, let's see how vague your memory is on that. What were you in the Judio community here in Cumberland County at that time?
I was.
And what were you doing?
I had received a call of some thefts that had been taking place over across the river on a suspicious truck, and there'd been some things stolen from the ferry workhouse there and other things, a toolbox off the truck, a few things. And I received a call from, I can't remember who it was. There was one of the ferry workers called me that morning and said that that truck that was suspect in some thefts over there was on that side of the river going towards Cumberland County.
All right. Where were you? What did you do when you received that call?
I proceeded to that area across the river, and I decided I would go down and maybe go up 953 towards Judio and just to see if I could come up with anything. And
What
I
kind
did.
of description did you have of the vehicle?
A white Ford truck, the best I can remember.
Any particular model?
Older model, best I can remember. It's kind of hard to say.
And once you arrived into the Turkey Neck Bend area, what did you do?
Well, I went up down to 953 and went up the Judio Hill, I call it, 2 or 3 mile over into Cumberland County. When I got up nearly to the top of the hill, there's like a rock cut on the left side, and a dirt bank there where you can pull off the side of the road on the left side. And when I got there, I noticed that this truck that in question was sitting there parked. So I pulled in behind it. It was loaded with a lot of tools, fishing equipment, and just nets, first one thing another. And I also noticed there was a steel weed eater that was in question that had been stolen in my area prior to that.
All right, then what happened? Where were the individuals?
When I
Were
pulled
there
over,
any individuals in the
yes,
truck?
there was a male and a female. And the best I can remember, the female was standing off the side of the truck on the right side, and the male had said he'd stopped there to use the bathroom, came walking around the corner there.
All right, now, at some point, did you contact the Cumberland County Sheriff's Office?
I contacted them immediately before I even got out of the car.
All right. What did you relate to then?
The suspects in possible theft in Monroe County at that time.
Had there been a series of thefts in what I would call second homes or cabins in both counties?
Well, I couldn't come up with anything positive in Monroe County, but Cumberland County had, when their deputy got there approximately 15, 20 minutes after I was there, he had a lot of burglaries, I think, at that point. It's hard to remember the conversation exactly.
Now, did you question the two individuals about the truck and the contents?
I asked them where they got the weed eater.
And what kind of answer did you get?
I really can't remember what they said, but I did take a picture of it and later showed it to the people at the ferry, and it wasn't the one in question.
Now, did somebody respond then from the Cumberland County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, Deputy Tweedy was on the scene in a matter of 15, 20 minutes, and I turned it over to him at that point.
But you assume that you had no jurisdiction?
I understood that.
Okay. But you still are a sheriff and have statewide arrest powers, don't you?
That's true.
Now, did you detain these individuals?
I did not. I stood there and talked to them. They were never detained. I never pulled any lights on or anything.
Didn't arrest them or tell them that they couldn't leave?
No, I did not. We just had a conversation. I was trying to delay them as long as I could for Cumberland County authorities to arrive.
Now, when Mr. Tweedy arrived, did you hear what ensued between him and the individuals?
He knew the suspect, I think, pretty well, and he was questioning about the stuff that was on the truck. I don't know exactly what all was said.
Do you know whether or not let's go back to the truck. You said it was full. Give us a more thorough description of that when you say it was full.
It had tools, toolboxes, fish nets, fishing equipment. It was piled up over to the cab nearly of the truck. They were just loaded. Sleeping bags, I think, and it's a little bit of everything.
Now, when Officer Tweedy arrived, did he give any indication that he recognized items in the back of that truck?
I'm not sure how our conversation went at that point, but I could tell that he had some suspicions like I did.
Did you hear of the conversation between Mr. Tweedy and Mr. Arms?
He did ask him for consent to search the vehicle.
And the lady that was there?
Yeah.
What was that conversation?
Well, first off, he asked him if, he have a problem with him searching the vehicle, the cab, of course. Everything else was a pretty plain view. And he did question him to where he got the stuff, and I can't answer the question that would be something Deputy Tweedy could tell you.
Right now, would you answer the question of Mr. Cross, please?
Yes, sir.
Do I need to leave my mask on? Sheriff, I've got several questions for you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So, just for the record, you're the sheriff of Monroe County, and you were not arrested, you were not investigating any crime that occurred in Monroe County, were you?
Yes, I was.
Okay, what was that?
There had been thefts in previous days there, and a truck of this description, matched this description, was seen there the day that I went down there and made contact with Mr. Arms.
Okay, I may have misunderstood your prior testimony because I thought you responded to Mr. Hundley, there was nothing positive in Monroe County. I took that to mean prior offenses.
From the stolen, the property on the truck, I could not pin to anything in Monroe County is what I meant to say.
Okay, okay.
That's what I meant. That's why he wasn't charged in Monroe County.
So he's not facing any criminal charges in Monroe at this point in time, is he?
No, he's not. Okay. Not pertaining to that case. I don't know about anything else.
Okay. Now, in what community of Monroe County were these burglaries that you were supposedly investigating?
Well, there was in the area down next to the Cumberland River around the ferry in that area.
Turkey Neck Bend,
Turkey Neck
Center
Bend,
Point, or
well, not necessarily Center Point, but in that area. One was the house there at the ferry where they keep their equipment. Somebody taken a steel weed eater there.
Were you didn't find that weed eater, did you, sir?
No, sir, that was not the weed eater in question.
So you got a report from one of the ferrymen that a truck was on the ferry, headed across the ferry?
Yes, it was on the other side of the ferry from Monroe.
Okay. And that report to you was what?
That a truck that they had seen down there previously fit that description that thought could be involved in the burglaries.
And did they tell you why they thought that?
Because they'd been seeing it there. Those people across the ferry don't let anything get by. They're pretty close knit down there.
Good to know. So you went across the ferry and went up 953, and this stop says it's on Highway 1424, which I think is the Judio Road. Is that correct?
Mr. Cross, let's move to the Constitution.
I'm about to get there. I'm about to get there.
We got.
I'm confused.
Okay, tell us exactly where the stop occurred. Was it on 953 or 1424?
I never initiated the stop. I pulled over where they were parked.
Okay.
That was on 953, I think is what it is, up at Judio Road.
Okay. Now, did you see a crime committed in your presence?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you say you were just trying to delay these people in the truck until Mr. Tweedy arrived. How did you do that?
We just had a casual conversation.
Did you ever tell them why you were there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what did you tell them?
I told them that I was there because I'd received a complaint on a truck matching their description that could be possibly involved in a theft.
Did you tell them that you were awaiting the Cumberland County Sheriff's Department to arrive?
Did not.
How long did this encounter by the side of the road take, sir?
Well, my part was done as soon as Officer or Deputy Tweedy arrived, probably 15 to 20 minutes.
Did you remain there with Officer Tweedy?
I did while he conducted his search.
Okay. And what was your authority? What do you believe your authority was, if any, to detain? And I know you say you didn't detain them, but do you believe you had authority to?
Let's move on.
You didn't have any authority to do anything but make an arrest in Cumberland County if you saw a crime committed. Is that correct?
I had no reason to make an arrest, no.
Let's move on. Move on, Mr. Cross.
I'm about there, Your Honor. It's all pretty important to Mr. Arms. Did Mr. Arms make any statements to you regarding the contents of the truck or anything?
I'm not real sure what our part was, what we talked about, where you got the, stuff, or I can't really remember all that. It's been,
If you can't remember, that's fine, sir. That's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Do you have anything, Mr. Hunley?
Just one more question. I believe that you indicated in a response to Mr. Cross's question and the one that I asked a moment ago, were Mr. Arms and his girlfriend free to leave at any time that you were there before the arrival of Officer Tweedy?
they could have left anytime they wanted to. There's nothing I can do.
All right, now describe, but we didn't, I don't think the judge needs a description of Judy O Road. I'm sure he's been on it.
Been on it.
But for the record,
You'll notice that Judio Road
is an isolated spot.
Yes, he
Very
already
isolated.
pulled off, it is, yeah.
No, that's all I had.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Do you have any other witnesses?
I fell off Tweedy.
You raise your right hand, you swear the testimony that gives the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
State your full name and where you're employed now.
Chris Tweedy. I'm a deputy sheriff at Adair County Sheriff's Office.
Officer, have you been seated here during the presentation so far?
Yes.
So you've heard what Officer Ford had to say.
Yes, sir.
All right. Take your memory, if you will, back to that September 1st, 2020, and begin from the point that Officer Ford called the Cumberland County Sheriff's Office and tell us what transpired after that.
Okay. On that day, whenever Sheriff Ford contacted us and told us what he had, I went down to meet with Sheriff Ford and the parties that he had, or that was on the side of the road. Upon my arrival, I was asking Sheriff Ford like who he had over there, and he told me Joseph Arms. Whenever he told me Joseph Arms, I had just got a complaint on Mr. Arms 2 days prior from a female subject saying that Mr. Arms had broke into her house and stole a gun and several $2 bills. We had several complaints of thefts in Cumberland County. Whenever I went to approach Mr. Arms, I could see in the back of the truck there was a hunting blind and some deer cameras in the back of his truck. And on the deer cameras, on the report that I got, it had specific initials on the back of that deer camera. As I'm looking, I can see that camera.
Yeah.
And it was just hanging right there next to the tailgate.
Or was there any kind of cover or tarpaulin or anything on the truck?
There was not. The back of the truck, and in my my photos there, you can see pictures of the truck. There was, I mean, it was piled clear atop or over the cat. I mean, that's how high it was, inside of the vehicle and outside the vehicle. As I seen that, I then approached Mr. Arms and the female subject that was with him. I began to talk to him, and first thing I asked is, where did they get all this stuff at? Like, what were they doing with all this stuff? Mr. Arms advised me that everything in the back of that truck they bought from a storage unit. At that time, I went ahead and stopped everything and read Mr. Arms and the female subject their Miranda rights, because I could already see something that I had missing from Cumberland County in the back of this truck. I asked Mr. Arms again. I said, Mr. Arms, be honest with me. Where did you get all the stuff in the truck? Again, he told me that he had got it from a storage unit. I asked him if he had a receipt from the storage unit that he bought everything from. He told me he was back in the motel room in Monroe County. I then asked Mr. Arms if I could search the contents inside the vehicle and outside or in the back of the truck. He said yes. Mr. Arms did give me consent to search the truck. At that time, I then hollered for Sheriff Daniels to go ahead and come on down with us. There was several items in the back of that truck that I'd already got reports on. There was we also found there was a bottle of pills that Sheriff Daniels had contacted the owner of those. Contacted the VA clinic or something like that of those the pills.
Okay, we're going into a little bit too more.
Yeah, but did either of the individuals there make an admission to you concerning the thefts that you were concerned about?
The female subject did admit to myself and Sheriff Daniels of all 32, I think it was 32 or 33 houses that they have broken into. She, after she admitted to, like, told us how they did it, that she then went and showed us some of the houses that some of the people was not aware of that their house was broken into. She gave us details on how they went into the residence and all.
Now, would you answer Mr. Cross?
Yes, sir.
Officer Tweedy, did you take the call directly from Sheriff Ford or did it come through 911?
If I'm not mistaken, it came straight or from dispatch. I think I'm thinking it, like, dispatch is one that called and said that Sheriff Ford was needing assistance down on Judio.
Did it say why he needed assistance, or do you recall?
Honestly, I don't recall. Like, it's been a while. I don't really remember.
Your case report says you conducted a traffic stop. So
whenever they were in Cumberland County, I actually ran the plate. When I got there, I ran the plate to the truck. I mean, like, Mr. Ford was already there. It was my understanding that I thought he conducted the traffic stop until after, and honestly, the citation should have explained a little bit better. Instead of saying I conducted the traffic stop, that the traffic stop was already, or that the vehicle had already been stopped from Monroe County.
Did Sheriff Ford relate to you that he had stopped the vehicle?
When I got there, Sheriff Ford had told me that he'd got complaints on a vehicle matching that description, and it was my understanding that he conducted the traffic stop.
And that would have come from him, correct?
Well, honestly, I can't remember if he told me he conducted a traffic stop, but when I got there, I assumed he was on a traffic stop with that vehicle.
Did Mr. Arms make any admissions to you whatsoever?
Mr. Arms did not. He did not tell me that he has stolen anything. He did. The only thing that Mr. Arms had told me was that the female subject had borrowed his truck to pick up another guy, And when he came back, it was full of stuff.
Okay. Once you arrived there at the scene, was Mr. Arms free to go, or did you have him detained when you got there?
When I got there, of course, I had no clue what was even going on. I didn't even know who he was until they mentioned his name, and then that report that I did. So at that time, just to clear Mr. Arms's name, I went ahead and detained Mr. Arms just to say, hey, this is the report that I got on you. Did you do this, or did you go into this lady's house?
Okay. That's all the questions I have of Officer Tweedy.
You have anything else, Mr. Brown? You have any other witnesses?
No,
Okay, go ahead.
I need to consult with Mr. Arms for a couple of minutes, Your Honor, and see if he needs to testify.
Good start.
Mr. Powell, your client to stand.
Yes, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand, please. Just swear the testimony that gives the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Lean forward. Speak into the microphone. You have the right not to testify. You're waiving that right. You can't be compelled to testify. You're waiving that right.
Okay.
Nobody can make you testify. Are you waiving the right and testifying voluntarily?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Cross.
State your name for the record.
Joseph Ippledorn.
Okay. May he take his mask off so we can be audible?
Tell him to lean toward the microphone.
Lean toward the microphone, but leave your mask on, Joe, okay? All right. I want to direct your attention to September 1st, 2020. And were you in the Judio community of Cumberland County when you encountered Sheriff Ford of Monroe County?
Yes, sir.
Where were you?
I was on 953.
Highway 953.
Highway 953.
Okay. Were you moving or were you stopped?
Whenever he got there, I was stopped.
Okay. Why were you stopped?
They used the bathroom.
Okay. Were you on the road or off the road?
I was off the road.
Okay. Now, what happened when you first saw him approach?
He turned his lights on me,
Now, which lights were they?
the blue lights.
Okay. At what point in time did he turn the blue lights off?
I can't recall that he did.
Okay. Now, what discussions, if any, did you have with Sheriff Ford there by the side of the road? What did he ask you or tell you?
Well, I mean, he asked me, was that stuff stolen and all that? And I said, no, sir. Because I had no idea.
What, if anything, did he tell you about your right to leave?
He said I could not leave at that moment in time until.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you, Joe.
He said I could not leave until the sheriff of Cumberland County got there.
No further questions.
How long did it take the sheriff to get there?
About 15 to 20 minutes.
Just like the officer said.
Yeah.
You say you didn't know that all that, that's your truck?
That was actually my truck, yes, sir.
How long had all that stuff been in?
My cousin bought it that evening before that. I didn't see her that morning when she got there. All that stuff was in my truck.
Been there all day?
Uh,
Well, it's been there all day and well into the night then.
yes, sir.
You didn't have any curiosity where all that variety of stuff came from?
I mean, she had a storage unit up there in Columbia. And I actually thought it was, some of her stuff. I didn't know.
Why didn't you tell Officer Tweedy that you bought it from a storage unit in Cookville?
I did do that.
Is that not true? It wasn't true, was it?
That was not true. I was just trying to cover her.
But then later on, she told him that you and she had broke into all these places and stole it, didn't you?
Not that, I had no clue about
You
that.
didn't hear that?
I mean, I heard him say that, but at first, at that moment in time, I did not know that.
When did you first learn that she had rolled over on you and you stealing all?
Your Honor, I believe this is beyond the scope of the motion.
It is. Let's just hold it back a
They
little
put
bit.
him on.
I know I put him on, but it's still beyond the scope of the motion.
Sustained. You don't remember that, Mr. Cross. I ruled in your favor.
I'll mark that down, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have anything else, Mr. Hunley, that's germane that
No, I don't care.
this gentleman stepped down? You have any other witnesses?
Your Honor, we do not, and I know the court is at times prone to rule from the bench, but this is a little bit of an unusual case, and I'd like the opportunity to brief it.
That'd be fine. What, 20 days enough?
20 will be fine, Your Honor.
20 days to brief it, 10 days to respond. Is that okay? Okay, let's go back to the docket. Do we have any other live docket things, or are we going to the Dare County Jail now? Dare County Jail, are you still with us? The Dare County Jail, we'd like, I guess, Louis Arms, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Louis F. Arms, 21 CR 0058. Are you Louis Arms?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you born in 1964?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the last four digits, social security number 8381.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what does the Commonwealth have to hear?
Your Honor, he has two cases pending. One case was returned by the grand jury today. That should be all these cases. If we could set it for January the 14th, I'll go ahead and send Ms. Costello the discovery on the new case.
January the 14th, and then the next trial date is on the 27th, and that will wrap all Louis things up that you have going on then, is that right?
That's all the cases that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you very much. Amanda Boyer. Commonwealth versus Amanda Boyer, 21 CR 00121. Are you Amanda Boyer?
Yes, sir.
We're here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole?
Yes, sir.
You find it to be substantially correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Costello, is there any reason why this lady should not be sentenced today?
No, Your Honor.
Upon a plea of guilty to trafficking and controlled substance, first degree methamphetamine, defendants receive a sentence of 7.5 years. A plea of operating motor vehicle under influence. She should pay $300 fine, court cost. What's court cost? defendant shall serve 180 days in jail. The Commonwealth shall agree to short probation on the condition the defendant shall enter, complete the specialty court here in Cumberland County, forfeit the 210 Kiev Forte car, and it's got the serial number there. Defendant shall receive credit for time served. Court costs, what? $945. You'll need some time on that, won't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll let you start paying that at $50 a month, 30 days after you get out of jail. Now, when you enter these pleas, you understand that these were felony pleas. They could be used against you in the future. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You also understood that this DUI plea here could be enhanced. You understood that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how many days does she have left?
I think she has about,
Well, let's make sure they get up there and interview her, get ready for orientation. So as soon as she's eligible, we can get her out of there, okay? Okay, thank you very much.
sorry, Your Honor, I have to make sure I do my math ahead of time.
Paul Bricker. Paul S. Bricker.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Paul Bricker, 21 CR 00148. Are you Paul Bricker?
Yes, sir.
1985. Last four digits, social security number 1839. What's
Yes,
the
sir.
Commonwealth have in this case?
Mr. Cross and I have had no substantive discussions concerning the merits of the case. He did ask for a bond reduction here in court today. So I told him he'd need to file a motion.
Yes,
So
Your
if he
Honor.
wants
Excuse me.
another negotiation day, we can get one if he wants to take advantage of it.
Your Honor, Mr. Hurt stood in for me at arraignment, and at that time, he directed that we try to reach an agreement with Mr. Stockton regarding bond, and we have not done that. And
Well, you can still do it if y'all agreed on it.
well, I know, but apparently we can't. It's 10,000 cash, and
Well, you want to schedule a hearing on it?
yes, I'd like to. Mr. Bricker would like to get out if he
Yeah,
could.
on January the 27th, be the hearing date.
Is that's the next motion? You don't have anything scheduled beforehand?
No, he's charged with possession of two firearms by convicted felon, wanton endangerment and domestic violence. I mean,
Understand, Your Honor.
so it'd be the 27th, but he'll be here on the 14th. Maybe at the negotiation on the 14th, if it becomes clear that you have some merit to your situation, maybe you can reach an agreement then.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ricker,
I will be available on the 14th if y'all want to contact me.
Ricker, I'll call you this afternoon, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Taylor Chambers.
Did LaRue County ever get on, or are they going to get on? Because that's all I've got left. Do we know anything about that?
There's two jails.
LaRue County and who else? Were you able to contact Bullitt or LaRue?
Yeah, we had just reset misconduct that was in Bullitt County. So Mr.
You did what?
Your Honor, we had talked about her earlier and you said we could just reset it. And so.
Okay, so now we only have LaRue County. Anybody have a number for LaRue County? I'll just call them. Commonwealth versus Taylor Chambers. Are you Taylor Chambers?
Yes, sir.
Here today on a motion to revoke bond. Do you understand that? This is 21 CR 00142. Were you born in 2001? Okay. What do you have here, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, I got a complaint that Miss Chambers was not abiding by her curfew and that she was out running around all over Cumberland County. And I think she was picked up in a vehicle by Sheriff Daniels once a warrant was issued. We've not had a pretrial on the case. I have spoken to some individuals on their behalf. They're wanting to put her on home incarceration and live with her mother and not go anywhere. But that's the situation as I see it.
It's my understanding, Your Honor, that her mother would allow her to
Who is
come
her
and stay
mother?
there.
Who is her mother?
Your Honor, I didn't get her name.
April Anderson is her name.
April.
If she'll wear,
Were there anything else other than violating the curfew?
there was not, Your Honor, but
Okay, well,
if she'll wear a,
I'll allow her to get on an ankle bracelet and stay at her mother's home. And you need to, what is your mother's address?
909 North Main Street, Parksville, Kentucky.
North Main Street?
Yeah, 909.
Okay, well, you can get on an ankle bracelet and don't leave there unless you go to church, the doctor, or you call in to Mr. Smith if you got some other kind of need, church, and court appearances, okay?
Okay.
she violates it, she violates it.
Hold on just a second.
We need to set her for the
Hold
14th.
hold on just a second. You have a civil hearing at 1:15 today. What's that about custody? You got a default divorce case at 1:15. So did you file a divorce or did your husband file for divorce?
My husband did.
Do you have any objections to the entry of the divorce?
No.
Okay, so it won't be necessary to bring you back on today. If it tries to charge you any money or do anything else, I'll get you back on, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Did you set her for the 14th and 27th, Your Honor?
14th and the 27th, 14th for pretrial, 14th for negotiation, 27th for pretrial. Bruce Cole.
Yeah.
21 CR 00112 Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Bruce Cole, which is Mr. Cole, you were born in 1979, sir?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security, 9267.
No,
What are the last four digits, social security number?
9267.
9267. Yeah. Okay, I understand there's a motion to enter a plea today. Is that correct, Mr. Coslin?
Yes, sir.
Why are you not here today, Mr. Coslin?
Your Honor, I've had some substantial damage to my office, surrounding counties. I'm just a little bit out of pocket right now, Your Honor.
Okay, that's good enough for me. Is this a felony plea?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I was gonna say, Honor, I already signed the paperwork.
Yeah, well, we gotta get it
Okay.
on the record here.
Okay, I just make sure, sorry.
Okay. So Mr. Cole, they don't talk to me about the cases before they come in. I don't know what y'all have done. So this just brings it before me, okay?
All right.
A motion's been tendered, sir, that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
This is case number 21 CR 00149. Are you the same person named in that indictment?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you had plenty of time to talk to your attorney about this case?
Yes, sir. I'll talk to him on the phone.
Are you satisfied with his advice?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. No, that's right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty charged against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, that you give up those rights.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. If I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, I'll inform you of that and you can withdraw your plea. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Mr. Cole plead guilty to assault second degree, receive a sentence of 5 years, probated for 5 years. He'll receive credit for time served, probation to be supervised. He's not to return to Cumberland County or have contact with the victim, Jordan Gore, or Jordan Gore's family. He'll pay fine and court costs at the discretion of the court.
Is that what you agreed to, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is the court cost? $185. I will accept the plea order pre-sentence investigation report, schedule the sentencing on the 27th. You did sign the document?
Yeah, no, I already signed the probation thing. I already signed it.
Okay.
I already send it back and send it back.
So they'll do the pre-sentence investigation report and come back. Was the agreement that he stay in jail to sentencing? Was that what the agreement was?
Your Honor, I would motion the court to unsecure his bond till sentencing.
We didn't discuss that. He's been in jail for quite some time, several months. And I
Okay,
guess he
well-
would go back to Bowling Green.
What I'll do is let him sign an ROR, sign himself out. The probation parole, y'all need him anymore? Is he?
We'll need to give him a PSI package, Your Honor.
Okay, they need to give you a PSI packet. Is that up at Columbia tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor, I can get them.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'll let you, they're gonna bring a PSI pre-sentence investigation report over to Columbia in the morning. Give it to you there at the jail. And as soon as you get that, you can be on your way rejoicing. You need to fill that out and get it back to them as soon as possible, okay?
So I sign myself up today.
Well, they're gonna give you you don't have the pre-sentence investigation report. I'm gonna let you out.
Okay.
And not tomorrow morning when they bring that over there to you. Then whoever picks you up can pick you up and go back to Bowling Green, wherever, get that information back to them. That way you'll be out of jail for Christmas and New Year's and everything. You won't have to be back till to the 27th of January, okay?
All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for accommodating me.
Okay, I hope things get better down there, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Brittany Cowan. Brittany Cowan.
Yes, sir.
This is Commonwealth Kentucky versus Brittany Cowan, 21 CR 00099. You are Brittany Cowan. You're here today on a motion to revoke pretrial diversion. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honors, this was a 3-year possession controlled substance and she was terminated from drug court. I didn't know if she wanted to stipulate or not.
What was the reason for the termination?
Well, I take that back. Let me look here a second. She did not show up for drug court. She was assessed on 9/23 of 21, and then she absconded.
Absconded, okay. Would you stipulate to that?
Your Honor, we do stipulate that she was terminated from drug court.
No, you stood, she absconded.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, well, I will revoke the pretrial diversion order, pre-sentence investigation report, and schedule her sentencing for the 27th of January.
Your Honor, may I address the court?
Buddy Dyer.
Brittany, I'll be up there to talk to you.
Buddy Dyer.
Sir?
Yes. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Buddy Dyer, 21 CR 00135. Mr. Dyer, were you born in 1987?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 6887. We're here for a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, we don't currently have an or currently have a resolution. Mr. Stockton did lower his offer yesterday evening. If we could have one more settlement day, if we don't have an agreement, we could set the trial at that time.
January the 14th is a conference, and the 27th. How far off are you on this thing?
I don't know, Your Honor. I made a 10-year offer, and I can't remember what his was.
We had asked for 10, probated for 5, so. But
So we're just probation away.
Okay. We will take it up on 14th and then 27th. Derek Fox.
Someone asked me to bring this up here and see if you could just sign it for him real fast.
Who?
Mr. Sloan, Norm.
Right here.
Tell them you get paid extra for running lawyer's errands. I hear Tanner's on business. Is that right? You good? Having a good visit? Good. Okay. Tell him, give him my regards. Okay. Commonwealth versus Derek Fox. Mr. Fox, you're here for sentencing. Your attorney's present here in court. Have you had an opportunity to look at this pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's substantially correct.
Yes.
Okay, as a counselor, is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
Your Honor, only one issue that I would like to address. Mr., if you'll notice on page 12 of the PSI, Mr. Fox does have a matter out of Indiana that occurred, as I understand, prior to, if you look, there was an arrest for, or a warrant for failure to appear back in August. And we just wanted to confirm, because our agreement with the Commonwealth was to shock probate after 180 days on a 7.5-year sentence. We did want to clarify, Your Honor, that prior events to his
Will not
probation would not revoke it.
They will, any prior event will not revoke. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On
Other
plea
than
of
that,
guilty to traffic and controlled substance, first degree method, the defendant shall receive 7.5 years to serve. He shall serve 100 in jail, and then there's agreement to shock probate. Shall be referred to social clinician following recommendation of the clinician. Forfeit the same 210 Kia Forte that was forfeited by the other individual. I won't read the VIN number. That was, court cost is how much?
It was 210.
210. You can start paying it 30 days after your release at $30 a month. Okay. And when does he get his, when will he have his days in?
Your Honor, he went in, he had just a few days when he went in. He went November 15th, so.
Well, when you track it, when his 180 days are in.
I will file that.
We won't have to wait. We won't wait to the next court date. Sir, when you're 180 days up, they can send me an agreed order on it. I'll do it then rather than make you wait till the next rule day. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Raymond Garrett. Raymond Garrett.
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth versus Raymond Garrett, 18 CR 0052. Mr. Garrett, were you born in 1983?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, your social security number are 8717. You're here
Yes,
today
sir.
for the purpose of arraignment. Do you have an attorney or are you gonna have public advocacy?
I don't have an attorney here, sir. I'm
Are
not
you
from,
Okay, are you gonna hire an attorney or do you have resources?
I don't have any resources here. No, sir.
Okay, well, I'll ask public advocacy to stand in, public defender's office. You have a right to remain silent, sir. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with theft, unlawful taking possession, a disposition more than 500 but less than $10,000. You understand the charge, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here, Mr. Bailiff, hand it. I'm handing your attorney a copy of your indictment. Counsel, do you acknowledge the identity of this gentleman and receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Stockton, what is the kind of the underlying basis of this case here?
We had to put him in NCIC in order to get him picked up. Evidently, he allegedly stole tools and other items from Michael Reinersman And they were, he didn't have permission though, and then took them to a pawn shop.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll see you then, the January the 14th. You'll have a negotiation, and 27th is a court date. What is this bond set out right now? It's no bond at the present time.
Sir, is there any way we could possibly take care of this today?
No,
I'm not even from here. I moved up here to get clean, and I got my life back on track.
Well, here, your attorney, when will you be seeing?
I can see him next week, Your Honor.
Well, can you see him? What is today? Thursday?
Mhm.
Can you talk to him over the phone or something today?
I can, yes.
Okay, your attorney will call you. I used to have an old law partners that when people would come in, when I was practicing law, and he said, well, we'd like to get this over with today. And my law partner would say, well, just sit down in the electric chair then. So you don't want to sit down in the electric chair. You need to talk to your attorney before you do anything, okay? And she'll give you what kind of time schedule and that sort of thing, give you good advice. I couldn't in good conscience allow you to do something without talking to her. You understand? But she said and promised here in open court, she will call you today, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
14th and 27th, unless there's something before then that you can take.
Sir, is there any way I have a bond?
She's going to talk to you about that. She's
Okay.
going to talk, and then she'll talk to the Commonwealth about it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, in case, let me ask you something. Sit down there for a second. If we do work out a bond, will you sign a waiver of extradition to come back to Kentucky without us having to send the dog after you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've got reliable transportation, everything.
Okay, well, if they can do a bond, I'll agree to it, okay? But they got to know more about your case then. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, was that,
Brandon.
Brandon Hall? Brandon Hall, oh, he had 3 cases, so I said that was Brandon Hall. Okay, we're on Brandon Hall, but he has 3 cases, what I'm saying. Commonwealth versus Brandon Hall, 21 CR 00116, 21 CR 0026, 21 CR 0054. All of these are Brandon Hall. Do y'all have an agreement on this?
This is a motion to revoke probation, Your Honor, where he absconded October the 28th. I'm sorry, October 28th.
Yeah, all of those. I thought one of them was a new charge, but it's not. It's all revoked. What do
There's
you
a
have?
new one, I think, at the grand jury today.
Yeah. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
I don't know if Ms. Costello wants to have a hearing today or if she wants to set a date so we can try to work out a global resolution on the new case, or how they want to handle that.
Your Honor, actually, I had the same question for Mr. Stockton. I'd sent him a message to that
Can we
effect.
put a pin on this fellow here?
He's probation.
Yeah, okay, we'll put a pin on him in negotiation on the 14th, the next hearing on the next trial date, hearing date's the 27th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jamie Lee Hoffman, your attorney will be in contact with you today or tomorrow. Talk to you about the new charge. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jamie Lee Hoffman. Jamie Lee Hoffman. Are you Jamie Lee Hoffman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is 21 CR 0082. You're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes, sir. There's only one thing, Your Honor. Ms. Hoffman has a case out of Adair County as well. She has to serve a 180-day alternative sentence. And the credit went all towards the Adair County case, but it's both Mr. Stockton and Mr. Wright agreed for it to be concurrent, but it's not reflected on her.
Well,
Cumberland County
corrections
PSI.
can adjust that, can't they? Okay, I'll have correction. On a plea of guilty, receiving stolen property over 500, she shall receive, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years. On a plea of possession of controlled substance, 3 years. The 2 sentences shall run consecutively for 8 years. Defendant agrees to shock probation after she served 180 days. Defendant agrees to cooperate and testify truthfully against a different Is that other case been settled, Mr. Stockton?
Still pending.
It's still pending, I believe.
Well, you want to wait to enter this sentence till after she testifies, or you just consider that a violation if she does?
I just consider it a violation. Go ahead and
And
send
if
it.
you understand that, young lady, we'll go ahead and sentence you, but if you fail to reach that agreement, it'll be a violation. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. Court cost, how much? 215, and I'm sure you'll need some time to pay it, so I'll let you pay it at $30 a month, starting 30 days after your release, okay? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Billy Joe Isabel. Cromwell versus Billy Joe Isabel, 20 CR 0016. Are you Billy Joe Isabel? It's a motion to revoke probation. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
It's a motion to revoke, Your Honor, and I believe. For a second. It's another case of absconding, Your Honor. And Mr.
Okay.
Garner is the witness if we need to have a hearing.
You want to stipulate that he absconded, counsel?
Your Honor, we do wish to stipulate, but he would ask to explain to the court what happened.
Okay. You want to put him on?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll raise your right hand, Mr. Isabel. Swear testimony about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, except for God.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Costello.
Yes, Mr. Isabel, I'm sorry. When did your mother pass away?
In October.
And had she been very ill?
Yes, she was dying of cancer.
And what happened after, what did you experience after your mother passed away?
I relapsed. I started using drugs heavily again.
And if the court were to consider not revoking your probation today, would you, what would you like to happen? Would you like to go to treatment or?
Yes, if any way possible, yes. I've never been to rehab, and I would love the chance to try to better myself. I really would.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Stockton, do you have anything?
I don't have any questions.
What kind of criminal history does he have?
Well, he's a Tennessee resident, Your Honor. We had to transfer him to Tennessee. He's got several cases in Tennessee. He's been in General Sessions Court a lot down there. I would suggest that he be revoked. And then if Ms. Costello could get him into long-term treatment, we could do a shock order. Because I don't think if we don't revoke him, I don't think Tennessee will take him back again on probation.
Hey, can you do that?
I can, we can certainly look for treatment, Your
I'll
Honor.
revoke him and let's see if you can get him in treatment, long-term treatment with a condition. If he leaves there, it'll be a violation. He has to turn himself in. And then we'll see whether they want to take him back or not then, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jimmy Otterson. Commonwealth versus Jimmy Otterson, 19 CR 0067. Mr. Otterson, you born in 1991. Last four digits, social security number 9087.
Yes, sir.
Okay, have a pretrial conference. Y'all have an agreement on this case?
No, Your Honor, Mr. Eric Bates represents him, and I don't see him on the line. I was going to ask for a trial date.
Where is Mr. Bates?
I haven't heard anything from him.
Are you on there, Mr. Bates?
You got his number in? Eric Bates. No, it's not.
Ms. Costello, will you get your fellow public advocate, Mr. Bates, on the phone and ask why he's not here?
He doesn't work.
Oh, he doesn't work, he's a private attorney?
Yeah.
He's in Elizabethtown. We're trying to find his address.
Well, I'll pass this case to, you already negotiated, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we'll pass it. You need another negotiation, or are you ready to set a trial date?
Just get it for the
I'm gonna
27th.
pass it to January the 27th, but if you get a hold of him and y'all can call my office by agreed order, we can set a trial date. This gentleman has been sitting there, I guess, for a while.
Okay.
I also want to show cause order on Mr. Bates as to why he's not here today. Jonathan Keith Owens. Jonathan Keith Owens. Commonwealth versus Jonathan Keith Owens, 17 CR 0014. Are you Jonathan Keith Owens?
Yes, John.
Okay, I'm here today on a motion to revoke. You have 17 CR 0014, 20 CR 0009, and 21 CR 00155. What do you have, Mr. Stockton?
The 21 CR 155 is an arraignment. That's a new-
Arraignment, gotta have an arraignment on that one. Hand me that one there. You're represented by Mr. Coleman Hurt. The grand jury, you have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with operating a motor vehicle with alcohol concentration above 0.08 or while under the influence of alcohol or other drugs. Fourth offense. You understand those charges?
Yes.
Bailiff. Mr. Hurt, you acknowledge the identity of the client received the indictment, waive formal reading, arraignment, interplea, not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions. You want to set this on the 14th for negotiations and on the 27th?
That'd be good, Judge.
Okay. Your lawyer will be in contact with you, Mr. Owens, on this charge. Okay. Karen Spears, signed reciprocal discovery order. Karen Spears, the grand jury at the Cumberland County is returning an indictment on Miss Spears. Wow. Ms. Spears, you have the right to remain silent. You're here represented by Ms. Costello of the Public Advocate's Office. The grand jury has charged you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree and possession of drug paraphernalia, as well as failure to maintain insurance on a motor vehicle. Ms. Costello, do you acknowledge the identity of the client received indictment, waive formal reading, arraignment, interplea, not guilty, reserving all pretrial motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll schedule this on the 14th and on the 27th, okay?
Your Honor, if we could, on her bond, it's currently set at a 15,000 surety. She doesn't have anyone with assets that
She
high.
was found in contempt for showing up and not being able to do a drug test, so I'm holding without bond until the 14th, and then if y'all work something out, I'll consider a bond until the 27th, okay? Danny Staten.
We passed him already.
Okay, Mr. Staten was passed to the 27th. Mr. Staten was passed to the 27th. Okay, Candy Stuber. Didn't we, now, Commonwealth versus Candy Stuber, 21 CR 00131. Now, we had this case, a companion case in Clinton County and passed it over here to Cumberland County. Y'all have a resolution of this case here.
Commonwealth made an offer, Your Honor, it was rejected. So I'd ask for a trial date.
Okay, you go, all right, okay, I guess we need Jonathan Stuber also. Are you going to try both of them together?
Yeah, I'd ask they be consolidated. It's the same series of events. They were
21 CR 00130. We'll need to bring Mr. Stuber in also.
If we have waivers, Your Honor. I
Okay,
think they were
now,
already
well,
entered.
what, are we you gonna elect to try the Cumberland or the Clinton County case first?
Well, Mr. Sheffitt's not available today. I was going to get a trial date on both of them if you wanted me to, but I'll go ahead and get a trial date on the Cumberland County.
Okay, here's what we can do. y'all, you get Mr. Shuffett, Ms. Costello and you and call in the office. Beginning of the week sometime, okay? And then we can set a trial date. So we don't need to have Mr. Stuber here either, okay?
Your Honor, I think Mr. Shepherd had filed a motion on Monday, maybe for home incarceration. We would just ask the court to continue.
No, I'm not gonna, we got these cases in these two counties, no. We're gonna set them a speedy trial. Jimmy Webb. Webb here.
He's in the Dare County Jail.
Mr. Webb, are you there in jail? Mr. Jimmy Webb. Commonwealth versus Jimmy Webb, 21 CR 0067, which is a sentencing, and 19 CR 0023, which is a motion to revoke probation. Now, Mr. Stockton, does the sentencing cover the motion to revoke?
It does not, Your Honor. After he entered his plea and this sentencing was said, he got a new felony arrest in Barron County. And that's the reason the motion to revoke was filed on the other case. I would ask that both cases, if the court wants to put a pin in on this, and Mr. Stevens and I meet and see, he mentioned something to me that law enforcement may be interested in. I don't know.
Okay, what we need to do then is put a pin in on him and schedule him to negotiate on the 14th and be back in court on the 27th to maybe consolidate all the things that Mr. Webb has. And I guess he's got something you said in Barron County too?
Yeah, he has a new felony possession case in Barron County, Your Honor.
Okay, so y'all probably, who represents him over there?
I'm assuming the department, Your Honor, but I don't know that for certain.
Well, why don't you check that out and see if we can bring them in on negotiation, kind of wrap it up in our one little neat ball, okay?
I'll send an email.
Okay,
to
right. Raven Willis.
Your Honor, that's all I had, if I'd be excused.
Happy
Merry
holiday.
Christmas.
Happy holiday.
What do I do?
Raven Willis.
Need her. While you're there, Timothy Ray. Timothy Ray, you're over there. You're moving too quick.
Raven Willis.
They're currently getting hurt, but I have Timothy Ray in wait. Can I put him on?
What'd you say?
They're currently trying to get Mr. Willis up here now, but I have Timothy Ray in wait.
Timothy Ray would be fine. He's next, yes.
Thank you, sir. Timothy
Ray. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Timothy Ray, 21 CR 00141. Are you Timothy Ray?
Yes, sir.
You're here today on a pretrial conference. Y'all have an agreement?
We don't, Your Honor. He was part of the co-defendants. We're keeping the 4 co-defendants. We're keeping Mr. Ray's case, but that didn't get clarified until Monday. And I apologize. So if we could have one more settlement day, we'll be ready to move forward.
January 14th for the next settlement day and 27th for the next court appearance. Okay, now we're coming back now to Raven Willis. Who else do we have anywhere except up in LaRue County? Okay. Now what I'm going to do is get the number. Did you get the number of the jail up there?
We've got them, Your Honor.
LaRue on there?
We're on, yes.
Okay, well, let's do LaRue. Is that LCDC? Is that LaRue County?
Believe so, Your Honor.
LaRue County, will you turn your camera on, please? And Adair County, if you'll turn your camera off just for a second, okay? Commonwealth Kentucky versus Jonathan Nethery, 21 CR 00149. This Mr. Nethery is on for arraignment. Started to say good morning, Mr. Nethery, but it's good afternoon. We've all been on this, so.
Yes, sir.
You're here for the purpose of arraignment. you're born in 1990 and the last four digits, social security number 1652. The grand jury, 19 what? 1990, last four digits are 1652, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The grand jury of Cumberland County has returned an indictment charging you with murder by use of motor vehicle, operating under the influence, reckless driving, and being a persistent felony offender in the use of murder by motor vehicle. Mr. Cross, do you acknowledge the identity of Mr. Nethery?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Bailiff, do you acknowledge receipt of indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Stockton?
Yes, Your Honor.
You want to do this one on the 14th also, or will you need more time?
That's fine with me, Your Honor. If Mr. Cross needs more time, he can. It's not a very complicated case.
No, Your Honor, but there'll be motions that will need to be heard, and I can get them filed before the 27th, and we can hear them then or hear them later. But I don't think it merits any discussion until we.
He doesn't want to discuss it until after his motion, so we'll just set it on the 27th.
That'll be fine, Your Honor.
27th, and motions that are to be heard there should be filed at least 10 days before that serious nature of the crime. That will give Commonwealth an opportunity to respond. Okay,
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much.
Your Honor.
Thank you, LaRue County, for your cooperation today. Okay,
Your Honor, I'll call you. Your Honor, that's all I have. Have a
yeah,
big
Merry
day.
Christmas to you. Raven Willis. Thank you, LaRue County again.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Raven Willis, Commonwealth versus Raven Willis, 21 CR 0061. Are you Raven Willis?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today for a pretrial conference.
We have an agreement, Your Honor, for a pretrial diversion.
Okay. I understand you wish to enter a plea, Ms. Willis, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in an indictment number 21 CR 0061?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in this indictment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney and you've been?
Yes, sir.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. By a jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand by entering a guilty plea today, you give up rights. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. Prior to accepting any recommendation in this case, we will, in this situation on a pretrial diversion, however, we don't have to do a pre-sentence investigation for it unless you violate. Now, have you been previously diverted in the last 5 years?
No, sir.
Have you had any felonies in the past 10 years?
No, sir.
Are you currently on probation?
No, sir.
You understand if you complete the pretrial diversion, the case will be dismissed, pretrial diverted. However, as I alluded to a while ago, if you violate the terms, you come in and revoke, I'll do a pre-sentence investigation for it, then you'll be a convicted felon. In that case, that can be used against you in the future for other felonies to enhance your sentence. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you pleading guilty because you committed acts charged and you are guilty?
Yes, sir.
You did sign the document?
Yes, sir.
Agreement? Okay. Well, I will accept the document. Now, did it call for her to continue to be incarcerated?
No, Your Honor.
What you need to do is you need to meet with probation and parole. I'll try to sign a document that'll get you out today, but you need to go to the Columbia office. What time tomorrow?
You 10 a.m. tomorrow.
10 a.m. tomorrow. You need to be at Columbia Office of Probation and Parole just to give them information and stuff, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have anybody else in Adair County? Is that it, Adair?
Your Honor, I do have a special case docket. I didn't know if you were going to see Mr. Tony Beard today.
Tony Beard?
Correct.
That's one of the American cases that we're not here. Yes, I think Judge Spalding is taking that as a conflict.
Yeah, Judge Spalding is going to take that conflict case. We thought it had been assigned to us, but evidently the chief regional judge assigned it to Judge Spalding, so he'll be scheduling that, okay?
I think.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, is there anything else on, thank you, Adair County, for your cooperation. Merry Christmas, y'all.
Thank you.
Is there any other criminal matter on the docket?
Not that I'm aware of.
No. Okay, well, we have a recess for 11 minutes before we start the civil docket. Let's go off the record.
After 10 years.
Ball versus Ball.
We should move that from the docket.
Move Ball versus Ball from the docket. Helen versus Blanco versus Bow.
24th February.
Lewis versus Lewis.
23rd of June.
Scott versus Scott.
23rd of June.
Trent versus Gibson.
This case.
This Gibson, we're asking $30 a month because she is on the SSI.
But I don't understand why when I have no rights to her. I signed my rights away. I have no right to her.
You talking about visitation?
No,
You're gonna have to talk up like you're yelling out, put your mask back up.
I have no
And yell.
parental rights to her.
Okay, what you need to do is, this is just a child support docket here. You need to get a lawyer and go on the other docket, the civil docket, okay? In other words, this is just about child support. It's not about visitation.
No, I was just saying why I don't understand. I have to pay it if I don't have no rights.
You still have rights. What he's telling you, you need to get an attorney and go get your rights terminated if you want to get rid of it completely. You haven't done that yet.
You don't want visitation?
She's always had her, and I've met, she's always told me I ain't had no rights to her.
Well, that's the reason you need to go consult with an attorney. We can't give you advice on that, okay? This is just about the child support, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Is it Trent versus Gibson? Shelton versus Shelton.
June 23rd.
Anderson versus Walker.
Jerry Leon, 24th of February.
Just paid $1,000.
Evers versus Jones.
June 23rd.
Bird versus Farley.
February the 24th.
Warren versus Brown.
February 24th.
Long versus Long.
June 23rd.
Warren versus Brown.
I thought we just did that one before the law.
That's right over there. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Stites versus It was on the next page again, Drew. Stites versus Cowgill.
February 24th.
Cash versus Roberts.
February 24th.
Is that it?
I believe that's all we'll
Okay,
get.
well, Merry Christmas, y'all.
If you wait just a second, I get your copies. Okay.
Okay, let's go to the civil docket. It's at 1:15. It's 1:15 now, isn't it?
Okay.
Well, there's 1 minute on the official clock here to you. This is Riddle and others versus Sarvella.
I'm John Bennett for the Sarvellas.
Winter High for the Riddles and Connors.
This is a motion to amend, is it what it
That's
is?
correct, Your Honor. That's correct, Your Honor.
Say something about it.
Your Honor, it's simply to add a deed of correction. It's when the parties initially acquired the property, it was represented to them and they understood they were buying a particular boundary. They paid taxes on it. It was shown on the PVA plat. They understood that they owned it and they acted accordingly. They used it.
What does this have to do with the motion to amend?
Yeah, we recently realized that there was an omitted tract from the conveyance. It was intended to have been conveyed, but was not in fact conveyed. So a deed of correction was obtained
Well,
and we're amending.
from the original grantors?
Correct, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I don't want to get into the merits of that. I don't know. I don't think I've got necessarily a viable objection to the motion to amend the complaint itself. We'll address the issues in response. I'm just asking that, but with the upcoming holidays, my trial schedule and the fact that my clients are out of state and I've got clients that are separate from
Well, I
one
mean,
another.
we're not talking about I'm just talking about the motion to amend.
Right, I'm just gonna ask for an extension to file the answer to the complaint if the motion's
On
granted.
February 1st be enough.
That would be plenty of time.
Yeah, I'll sign an order letting the amended complaint and give you till February 1st to file an answer, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Is there anything else?
That's it, Your
That's
Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Wright versus Scott, Kinder Scott Wright.
You want me to bring my clients, Your Honor? I'm sorry. Do you want me to have my clients come up and maybe sit?
Well, yeah, anybody's involved can come up. Okay, the first thing that we got is a motion to show cause that was a response filed on that? This was the case where Bethany Stanziano or her client Kendra Scott Wright appeared on the November the 18th. And
There's that email that order and mail it.
Well, Ms. Stanziano filed a document that said that she took exceptions, but didn't file any exceptions. And she didn't appear. There's something else was on. Was there Moshe set something aside? There was is that a different case?
It's a different case, Your Honor. It's one I thought you called. It is the Gary and Connie Wright White versus Justin versus Kendra. And Kendra.
Well, wait just a second.
Yes, sir.
Is this show cause order in the right file here?
It should be in
Wait just a
34.
second, Ms. Thomas.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, that one's fine.
So there's no additional exception of this show cause order. That's right. Okay. In Justin Wright versus Kinder Wright, 21 CI 0034, there's no other matter to be considered there except a show cause order to Ms. Stanziano why she did not appear. Now, in the next case is Gary White and Connie Wright White versus Justin Wright and Kinder. And then that's one that there was a motion to set aside the default judgment of custody file.
Scott Wright is on her way, so she'll be convinced late for this case.
Well, obviously, we'll wait till she gets here. Did she say how long? This is the one where she filed pro se, the motion to set aside the default judgment of custody. Obviously, somebody else is practicing this case. So
Maybe we just step aside, Your Honor, so you can finish your docket. Give her a couple of
yeah.
minutes.
Okay. See, this order here. This recommendation or approval, this is domestic relations commission.
Yes.
That's not in this case, is it?
Oh.
You see what I'm saying?
Mhm. It was actually following all three cases.
Yeah.
And Kendra's on the phone said that basically showed up here this morning, I come up here to Justin payments, and security told her that she didn't have anything without it. She couldn't come up and that's what she was due back here at 115, and she won't know who she had on the docket at 115, and that's as far as she got.
Where's she at?
This is Kendra.
Where's Kendra at?
Kendra Scott, right?
Yeah, she filed this herself.
Yeah, she's on her way.
Where is she though?
I don't know if she told Kendra or not. The Kendra's not on the table. She's not even like. She herself was on the docket at 115, she's going to be back at 115.
Said what?
That's what she queried. Security told me. For whole day and he's thinking. We'll be back here at 115 because her herself is on the docket.
So she's. Make a note of that. Chambers versus Chambers. Motion for default judgment and degree of dissolution will be in. Make sure I sign that, okay? What's your name?
David Chambers.
Is your wife incarcerated?
Yes, sir.
She was on this morning and said she had no objection to entering this, okay? So I'll sign it today.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Go. You can pick up a copy of it down to clerk's office, probably tomorrow, or if they've got your mail address, they can mail it to you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Let me sign this.
Default and
See if you can catch that young man that just left here before he leaves. Call downstairs, see if they can.
Jacob Chambers went out of the building. Jacob Chambers, has he went out of the building? He was just upstairs in court, he owns only rich shirt. Okay, sitting back upstairs, please. No, not he. Okay, he's just come in from upstairs, we're not worrying about, he on the blue Johnny Rich shirt. All right, thanks, sir.
Did he understand what you
This other case is on for 12/15, right? 1/15.
Jacob Chambers had just come out. Can you all stop him and send him back up? Yeah. He's gone.
It's okay.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, don't worry about it. I want him to sign it. Okay. Who?
The guy, Gunter, is he ready for me to Bradley Gunter? I didn't know if I.
Yeah, he's in custody.
Yeah, I just didn't know if I need to notify transportation.
Yes. We're gonna wait 3 minutes, 3 more minutes. So,
will text it to you, amendment. That survey.
Yeah, she's gonna send an order.
I missed that.
Is there an order? That's the one that Winter Huff is involved in.
That order was in there that was filed.
Okay, that's it. We're Cumberland Circuit Court is, those parties didn't show up again. There'll be a contempt order signed as far as Ms. Stanziano for failure to appear to show cause why she should not be held in contempt for last time in both of those cases. And I would also like who was down at the security desk when she came through today? Were you there? Will you come forward here? Will you raise your right hand and identify yourself?
Stacy Staley, Court Security Officer.
Okay, were you down at the security desk when Ms. Tanziano came in today?
I was.
And who was she with?
She was with Dustin Hayes.
Is he a criminal defendant?
He is, but I don't know that she's his lawyer.
Yeah, well, she's not his lawyer, but she was there, and she wasn't allowed to come in and told her this being broadcast on YouTube.
Yes.
And was she informed by you that she was on the docket herself this afternoon and could come in?
Yes, sir.
What did she say?
She said she wasn't aware that she was supposed to be here, and I told her, I said, you're on at 1:15, and she said she would be back.
Okay, and she didn't show.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, that concludes this session of the Cumberland Circuit Court.
Motion on Kendra to set aside the DRC's recommendations.
I'm not going to enter a motion to, I know, I'm not going to enter an order to set this aside. Well, you can be. If she wants to try to redocket it sometime, she'll just have to file a motion and do that. Obviously, somebody else is trying to practice this case. They've got this forms and everything. And I actually am concerned about the representation that she's received, what she might have been told, what she hadn't been told. Whether she's right or wrong on her motion, the court has to be concerned when it appears someone has a lawyer that aren't properly representing, properly informing them, you know, but that can't let all the parties be drug along forever with uncertainty. So I'm not going to sign anything, setting anything aside today. And if she ever wants to redocket it, she can try to redocket it. We'll see what the story is. Okay, absolutely.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you. Off the record.